Friends, welcome! Hello, hello! Just invite Milton over? You're right, Milton will take care of that really fast for you. In fact, Milton, caught a lizard the other day. And, he was very BAD for it. Mice don't take fall damage, it's fine, unless it's that. Hold on. I take my vitamins. Well, I take my vitamins before Fortnite shop o'clock. We talked about this. Oh, goodness. I know, mate. You want me to show stream? They're not even gonna be able to see it. Because you did so well. Nathan wants to show you guys something that he did. See this? He ran wires down from the wall from the attic down, and he did the thing. W. You're just gonna let him vibe, gonna watch Netflix, don't want to bother chasing a guy. Styx says it looks great. Oh, baby. Yeah, so the other day there was a lizard in our garage, and Milton went in and got it. And then, like, thankfully he didn't kill it. We were able to save it. But yeah, Milton's your guy. So, just like the go live notification says, we are going to be finishing Pentiment today. I'm very excited to see what the conclusion of this game is. I've been excited about it. I've been very, very hard at work preparing for Vanna to come. Vanna is going to move in tomorrow, which is crazy. Her moving in tomorrow is absolutely nuts. We're finally here. We've reached moving day, which also means, which also means that I will not be streaming this weekend, but we should be back to our normal schedule by Monday, I think. So, yeah, time did kind of fly by. This will be the last stream in this location. I wanted to move over the desk before stream, but I didn't have time because I was busy doing other things. So, basically to make this work, we have to completely reinvent the space that we have. So Nathan's been building a lot of stuff.
It gets easier. Huh? Every day it gets a little easier. Yeah?
I'm gonna be
But you
hearing a
gotta
lot
do
of
it
what.
every day. That's the hard part.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, we're completely reinventing the space in the house. So, that's great. I'm an organizing pro at this point, and I'm very excited with what the whole... Because we're gonna be completely... I don't want to say like redoing, because it's not. We're just changing the space kind of with what we already have and the tools that we have. And like, you know, wood that Nathan's just, you know, buying from the store and then building his own stuff, like his own like shelvings and shit, you know? So there's gonna be 3 rooms that we're like totally redoing, and I'm very excited about it. And they're in the process. It's happening. But until Vanna gets here, most of it can't really happen. Okay, so if you guys recall, in the last stream at the end of Act 2, Andreas straight up died. He burned in a fire, and now we're playing as Magdalene. Probably like 20 years later, if I had to guess. Dad was looking for me. I need to grab the mural plans from the workshop and then head to Rathos. Okay. Alright, so I guess we're gonna do that. So her dad is Close, whatever the fuck, however the fuck you say his name. It's the Druckers. Her dad's probably like hella old now. Okay, the mural sketches, I think this is what my dad wants. I think these are all the plans. What's this? Is this part of the plans? Stop? Not this shit again. This isn't Dad's handwriting. I can actually kind of read this. Thank God he's a printer. Whatever, I'll bring it just in case. I better get these over to Rathos. Alright. There's an upstairs to their house as well that I've never actually been to, so I kind of want to see. Okay. You just remember what happened at the end? Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Okay. So I don't know where Rathos is. I'm gonna look at the map. I don't know where that is. Oh, it's back here. So we condemned the Martin imposter, and we do not know where Martin is. Artemis? Who the fuck is that? Oh, you're old as hell. Is this his wife now? Did he finally go and get that girl? Hey again, Megs. Oh, we don't like it when he calls us that. Are you serious? I just told you not to call me that. What are you all doing here? Don't you have better things to do? What business is that of yours? Craft. He kind of looks like Martin. Is that Martin's son? Not me. All my work's done. What do you care? It's not like you've got important work to do. Pick a background. Okay. I'm gonna give her bookkeeping. Because I feel like that's gonna be, like, the most helpful, maybe. Keep my dad's business running and profitable. I handle all of our orders and make sure everything's delivered on time. Seems a little more important than standing around in the commons in the middle of the day. Must be nice to have money. You don't have to brag about it. Doesn't really sound like woman's work anyway, if you ask me. Right, no one did. Calm down, Mags. You're gonna get a reputation. Too late to worry about that. She already has a reputation. Skilled at stinging, countering, and otherwise deflating people in conversation. A flirt. She likes to playfully tease. Strong negotiator. Sneaking around, eavesdropping on conversations, and passing gossip. Ooh, I want to be good at eavesdropping. But I feel like haggling might be better. We're gonna go with haggling. I've said that before, and it doesn't make any sense. I bargain like a man? What does that even mean? Well, what it sounds like. You're still mad at me because I convinced Grit to give me her last pretzel Friday. Let it go. Easy for you to say when you got the pretzel. Alright, we got it. Lay off. Did you get those things your dad wanted? Yes, that's why I'm on my way. Hopefully I can drop these off and start my reading for the day. Reading? What book is so important they need to get back to it? She can read a little of almost all languages. Sounds way better to me than anything. Whatever the fuck that says. Dawn what? Flower. It's a knightly romance written in Castilian. Such a beautiful language. Who speaks that? People from Castile? Never heard of it. Right, sounds made up. Don't you read all sorts of books about trees and birds or whatever? Yes, trees and birds or whatever, that's right. People are finally writing down what they see in nature instead of copying something a Greek imagined centuries ago. Do you have any books on frogs? What? Never mind. Wait, Oates, aren't you supposed to be at the Rothos too? You're on the council. Sure, but it's pointless without your dad's plans. Let's go. Okay. I don't understand how we're still arguing about this. These murals should depict the truth. What we know is the truth. I don't think it's so simple. Are you afraid of angering our Lord, Father Thomas? I think Father Thomas means that the truth is not so easily agreed upon. I don't know. I'm tired of arguing. I just want it to look nice and show what happened. Thank you for bringing these. Maybe illustrations will succeed where talking has failed. I'm done arguing with them. I'll see you at home for supper. These guys look really old now. It's alright, Magdalene. We don't need to see the drawings. It's not that we don't understand what he's trying to do. I didn't realize we had upset him so much. Sounds like things got worse after I left. But we've been arguing about this for almost 2 hours. For all the good it did us, he hasn't budged. What's the point of talking if you can't make any progress? Magdalene, could you speak to your father and help him see things from our point of view? I don't even know what you're arguing about. What is your point of view? Klaus has strong, very strong opinions on how the history of tasting of Kierso Abbey should be portrayed. And those portrayals may upset some of our neighbors. Isn't the real concern that it's going to upset the Lord? Isn't everyone really worried about him coming here Sunday and seeing the revolt memorialized on the wall? He keeps saying that we all disagree with him. I don't think I do. Not entirely. His name is Big Jorg. Wait, no, he's always been Big Jorg. Never mind. Well, what do you think, Jorg? I know I'm not the smartest man in the room, but I know what happened to my own dad. I know what he did. It doesn't feel right to ignore what happened to him, what happened to Otto. Look, you all knew my dad. I never had the chance. Who's Oates again? Who's his dad? Oh, Otto's son. I don't want to make the people in this town angry. I don't want to make our Lord angry. None of us do, but maybe there's a way to tell this story in a way that's true without upsetting anyone. So it's all very complicated. You see, Magdalene? Try to get him to consider a portrayal of our history that's a little less inflammatory. So you want me to convince him to do what you say? I don't think it's as complicated as you all think. We need to come to an agreement or call off the mural entirely. He's been wanting to paint this mural for years. You can't tell him no all of a sudden. Then help us, Magdalene. Your father will listen to you. Well, we'll see about that. Yeah, Artemis from Fortnite, I guess. I won't promise anything. Won't promise anything, though. He's already hard enough to convince. I'm going back home. This mess is taking up too much of my day already. What? What? Why do we have a different clock now? Are we no longer Christian? Magdalene. Thank you for bringing the drawings. I'm sorry it was a waste of time. Those men don't know what they want. When I tell them what I'm trying to do, they get scared. Then they talk. They talk all day and we never get any closer to a decision. I'm sick of it, sick of the whole thing. I'm worried about you. I know, I appreciate the concern. I suppose I haven't been this upset about something in a while. I'll get through it, I just need time. Why is it bothering you so much? We hear all of these stories about what this place was, how it came to be, and it feels like history is something that happened before, happened to other people. But 18 years ago, okay. We lived through something, you and I and everyone in Tasing. Everyone wants to forget about it and pretend it didn't happen. You don't. No, I don't. All those years ago, I did nothing. I was worried for you, worried for Benjamin and Rachel and Esther. Who the fuck are these people? Benjamin, Rachel. Okay, so this is probably these two's daughter that was just born. I was so afraid that I'd lose you, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. In the end, so many people died anyway. Peter and Ulrich and Andreas and all the others. All the others? And we lived? Dad, everyone says it wouldn't have made any difference. If you and the others had fought, you would have died. I would have died. Maybe I could have stopped him from going to the mill. Or maybe we could have stopped the peasants from burning it down. But we'll never know. You can't change the past. I know, the least I can do is make sure it's not forgotten. Something happened here, we were part of it. I need to help people remember that. If I don't do it, who will? You're right. I wish the men in Murthos saw me the way you do. One way or another, you'll figure it out. All the arguing has left me beat. I'm going to bed early. I'm going to stay up a bit and write a letter to Esther. Okay. And her parents, I know. Good night. I love you. Love you too. Okay. All this running around has left me tired too. It'd be nice to sit down on my desk and just write for a while. Well, I'm gonna look around and see if any, like, additional notes were left. Can we talk to Dad about the note? No? We can't talk to him about the note? Because I think he knows about the notes. I think he's aware. Because Magdalene obviously doesn't know. Alright, where to begin? Dear Esther. Dad sends his regards, like usual. I don't suppose you have the chance to do that. Just in case they're in Prague. Sister Gertrude has been teaching me how to grind them into smooth ink. Sent along a bottle with this letter. Did I mention Dad started a new project? He's painting a mural in Tasing history, to memorize the revolt. The whole thing is me thinking about my own family, history, past, present, and future. Honestly, you should get out of Tasing. This is clearly a very toxic place to live. Dad says I should take over the shop, but I want to do more with my life. Now, not just take over a print shop in some tiny town in the Alps. If I married a master painter, then I could become part of the Printers Guild. Then I'd be able to send my dad my extra earnings and make a name for myself in one of the cities. And yes, before you break the nib off your pen, I will come visit you in Prague, I promise. I'll try to make time to visit before winter. Life has been bustling here. Dad's been busy with the rough Voss mural, so I've taken over the workshop. I'm sure it will be a sight to behold once I'm finished. Right back soon. All my love, Magda. Okay, so it's October. Okay. Ah! Dad? Dad? Magdalene? Uh-oh. Hang on, I'm coming. What the fuck? Dad? Magdalene. What happened? Are you alright? You're bleeding. Someone came into the house. They hit me over the head. I'll go get Dr. Souls. Try not to move. It's not safe, whoever attacked me. The wound is too deep for me to take care of my own. We need Dr. Stoles. Please be careful. I'll be right back, I promise. What the hell? So is this now 6 a.m.? Do you know why anyone wanted to attack you, Claus? No, maybe someone didn't like one of the books I sold them. Are you sure you didn't see a shadow and hit your head on the printing press? Come on, Georg, you saw the workshop. Somebody was looking for something. Burglar and tasting? That's preposterous. Well, if it wasn't an attack, what was it? Enough, it was a deliberate blow to my head, unless any of you wish to debate my diagnosis. No, of course, no. Truthfully, Claus, I'm surprised the blow didn't kill you. You have a strong skull. It's a grave injury, Magdalene. You'll need to help take care of your father. I will, whatever I need to do. I'm glad he's not dead, to be honest. Here's, of course, the mural will have to be called off now. Claus, you absolutely cannot get out of bed. No, no, it has to be done. This is too important. Just give me some time to rest. I'll find a way to make it work. I don't think we need to cancel the entire project. Can't we just wait? Claus, your health comes first. Anyway, we haven't been able to agree on what the mural should be. Indeed, it might be best to abandon the entire idea. Okay, so I'm seeing that Father Thomas, Paul, and Dr. Stoles do not support the mural to be done at all. So it's very possible that one of the three of them did it. However, it can't be Paul because Paul was too young to do the initial murder. Not 18 years ago. 25 years ago. Because he would have been like 5 years old. So there's just no way that he could have done it. Father Thomas absolutely could have done it. Dr. Stoles maybe, but that feels a little odd. I feel like it wouldn't be the doctor, to be honest. With respect, Father Thomas, you are not on this council. Just offering an opinion. I can paint the mural. Mags, quit joking around. I know you want to help your dad, but aren't you too young for something this big? I'm older than Oates and he's on the town council. He doesn't even do anything. Let's skip this debate. We all know I'm capable of doing this myself. Dad knows I'm capable. If you don't trust Magdalene to do the mural, to hell with a lot of you. Klaus. If you don't trust her, you don't trust me. I'll never do any work for this council again. Alright, I say we let her. Doesn't look like we have much of a choice. Okay. You tell him, Dad. Alright. You still need to talk to us about what you're doing, alright? Fine, but I'm taking my dad's ideas into account. We'll figure it out. Alright. Do my best. I don't think it's Jorg. I would be shocked if it was Jorg. Magdalene, just a moment. What is it? I didn't want to say this in front of your father or the others. Your father is lucid right now, but his injury is severe. His current demeanor is misleading. I know it's severe. I saw all the blood. Magdalene, there's damage to his brain. He may have a few weeks, maybe even a few months left. But he's not going to survive. Can't we take him to see a surgeon? No, he can't be moved in this condition. In fact, he shouldn't move at all. Even if he could, I don't think the finest Italian surgeons would know how to deal with trauma like this. So he's just going to die? And there's nothing I can do about it? You can make him comfortable, and you can enjoy the time you have left. I can help with palliative care, but time will run out before long. I'm sorry, Magdalene. He does look genuinely sad about it. Maybe it's not the doctor. This is how many hours are passing, right? Dad needs to be able to see the mural in its finished form. I don't know how much time he has left. God protect him. I picked up where Dad left off. He wanted to paint the history of tasting from its earliest days to the revolt. I'll start with the earliest parts of tasting history, the pagan tribes and the Romans. Then I'll move on to the founding of the abbey and the tasting saints. After that, I should find a way to represent our recent history. Depicting the revolt is important to Dad. People in tasting might know some of the town's history, but not all of it. Dad said the library in Curso had those records. He's going to write to the last prioress to see if she had any information. I should write to her now while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Well, someone tried to kill your dad. Maybe you want to figure out who did that. Hey, Dad, how are you feeling? Can I get you anything? Okay. No, he doesn't need anything. Alright, where to begin? Okay, so... Mother Illuminata. Okay. Yeah, this one. I was very young when you left. You're acquainted with my father. He bought many books from the library before that terrible fire consumed the place. I'm writing because my father and I are creating a mural and tasting. Quite to tell the history of our community and of Curso as well. We have only legends and folklore since all of the Curso books were destroyed in the fire. I was hoping you could tell us something about the early history of the town when the Romans were here. If you know anything about the early history of the abbey itself, we would also be glad to hear it. We would appreciate any help you could give us, and we hope you are well. I always spoke highly of you, especially how you care for the library and its books. God bless you, Magdalene. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty solid. Okay, 2 hours pass. It's now 8 p.m. If I want to finish the mural before Christmas, I should start planning tomorrow. I should head to bed and get as much rest as I can. Does he need anything? Okay. So I guess we do just go to bed. Alright. She's 20 and she's not married yet? I feel like... What? What the fuck is happening here? Oh, so we're going ahead in time, so now it's like a couple weeks later. I have a few letters here addressed to you. Take care. Okay, thank you. Maybe, Illuminata got back to us? Yay! Okay. Mr. Struckerin, thank you for your letter. I hope this reply finds you and your father in good health. Remember you both as your father would carry you between the rows of our library in its final years. I also remember your late mother and brother. God keep their souls. While we did have some books that discuss Tastings past, it's likely they were mythological as what your neighbors believe. That said, I remember one of the peasants, Tillman Kreutzer, read about the history of the town. I know he died during the revolt. But perhaps his family knows some of what he learned. I should also say that it's not true that all of Kierso's books were destroyed by the fire. Andreas Mailer managed to save some from the flames, God rest his soul. In the aftermath of that terrible night, cataloging and preserving the surviving books was not at the top of any of our minds. Even so, this topic has stirred a memory within me. Several years before the fire, there was a death at Kierso, the murder of Baron Rothvogel. He had mentioned something about finding a copy of the Historia Taciae, a comprehensive chronicle of your home. I had forgotten about it until now because the murder dominated all of our thoughts in these days and weeks that followed. It troubles me now because I recall that the late Father Matthias was also reading a copy of Historia Taciae shortly before he died. We never accounted for either book's whereabouts. They may have been hidden somewhere in the library and went up with everything else. Perhaps Lucky Steinauer took it from the Baron after the murder, though given the stonemason's motive it seems unlikely. Then again, only God knows what he did and why he did it. Nicholas Haberl, the Baron's manservant, believed that it may have been stolen by the town thief, Martin Bauer. I understand he was killed by the mob along with the miller the night of the fire. If he did steal the book, he took its whereabouts to his grave. If any of his family remain in Tasing, perhaps you could ask them. As for the history of the abbey, I fear it was also lost in the blaze. However, as Sacristan brother Matthew learned a great deal about the subject, I have not kept in contact with him, but I know that he is now the Archdeacon of Sion. He is no longer a Benedictine, but uses his family name. Whatever the fuck that says. If you write to him soon, your letter may reach him before snow covers the lies. Please convey my best wishes to your father. He was a good friend to the Abbey in its better years. Despite the violence that occurred, I hold no ill will towards anyone from Tasing. I pray that you have seen better days since that night and that God forgives the many errors we made. God bless you as well. That's very nice of her. That's very nice of her to say, to be as nice as she is. Oh, Esther wrote to you as well. My dear Magda. My parents were glad to hear from your father. Please tell him they wish to hear from him soon. Speaking of printing, your ink was well received indeed. I've made several prints with it. They look lovely on the wall. Elisha has taken to making his own ink from scraps he found around the house after he saw yours. Mother was furious and he spent several pifings trying to find lapis at the market. She sent him scrubbing the floors for it. Took him 3 days. I'm glad you're keeping busy even though it keeps you from visiting. Father says we'll have a room whenever you decide to make an appearance. Though really, if you don't plan to stay in Tasing, you ought to come sooner rather than later. There are plenty of beautiful young Christian men around town, printers and academics alike. Or maybe something else. You'd have your pick. Prague is a good city for me as well. Before the expulsion, there was a handsome man at synagogue, Simon, who caught my eye. His father's a merchant, and he's a doctor. He went to the University of Padua. Can you believe it? I'd quite like to marry him if I can find him again. Anyway, I think you'd have even better luck than me. The boys would swoon at the beautiful blonde artist from the Alps. Please keep us abreast of your father's mural. We'll have to come see it when it's finished. Blessings. Esther. Okay. Hey, Dad, how you feeling? Sitting upright is still a struggle, I'm afraid. The dizziness makes my stomach turn, so I'd rather not eat at the moment. Are you sure I can bring up something light like milk or broth? Can't stomach anything just yet. But tell me, where are you off to? I need to get started on the first part of the mural today, the old history. Mother Illuminata didn't know much about Tasting's early history, but she did give me a few places to start. I'm going to ask Black Till if his father told him any stories. Illuminata said he used to read about the Romans. Mother Illuminata Magdalene. Right, yes. Young Kreutzer has mentioned those tales from time to time, yes. He comes by to borrow books now and then. Usually when he's found some interesting old ruin out in the fields, you might ask him about that. Il Peter's always harumphed about how no one paid attention to the old ways anymore. I'm sure he'll have some stories to tell about old Tasting. You might stop to talk to him. Yeah, sure, thank you. It's nice to feel useful even if I'm stuck here in bed. I'm just glad you're awake. I might talk to Smokey, too. The old charcoal burner seems to know more about what's in the woods around town than anyone else. That needs a known gossip. Yeah, I'm sure he'll know something. You may hear something worth your while at any rate. Okay. What about the ruins or the mines? I can't just use books and stories alone. I want to explore whatever's left over from the Romans and before. The salt mine. The Roman ruins are the oldest part of Tasting, so it only makes sense to see what they left behind. You take after your mother? She was always thorough in her research. You always said that was what good artists do. Be careful, I know the twins mess around near the salt mine, but I don't want you getting hurt. I don't know why Jorg doesn't keep them in line, always making trouble those two. Don't worry about me, I'll be careful. Still need you to run the press for a little longer after all. Don't forget your other chores while you're running around town, alright? We still have a household to run. Don't worry, I'll get everything done. Better get going if I want to do all that today. See you later. Alright. I feel like a lot of this is like about that book. We might find out that Father Matthias or whatever was murdered as well. It's very possible that someone's been manipulating Tasting for a long time. Okay. I'm definitely very excited to see what happens at the end. Like, I know things are probably gonna blow up pretty quickly here. Okay. I don't know which place is Martin's, but I really feel like that's gotta be the best place to start. Brigida. Lovely. Did she get to keep her house? Magdalene, how are you keeping? Eager to continue work on the mural, have much to do before Christmas. Certain it will be the pride of tasting when you're through. You've always had your mother's talent for art. And how's your dad? You're one of the only people who've asked about how I'm doing before asking about my dad. I know how it is to be the sole caregiver. You yourself disappears behind the needs of the person you're looking after. I worry about you carrying the weight alone. Caring for someone who can be an arduous task even if you love them. It's alright if you find it challenging. The Lord sees your labors for your dad and admires them. But I believe God will pull your dad through, whatever the doctor says. We need him. No, I do not, Popper. Yeah, I'm at his mercy. God willing, amen. Have you thought about what you'll do if your dad doesn't come through? I'd have to get married. Do you remember what happened to Attilia? Poor woman. But you're a good girl, Magda. There are any number of families in Tasting who'd be happy to take you. You have someone in mind, don't you? Promise you I do not. Such a modest girl, your dad's raised you right. I mean, Oates, of course. He's about as subtle as his father. God rest Otto's soul. I miss him. I wish I'd got to meet him, properly, I mean. He made an impression, that's for certain. All the girls around town knew better than to moon after him, though that didn't stop some of us. He was Ava's from the start, as Oates appears to be yours. But if nothing ever comes of that, know that you're always welcome in my family. Kraft's a nice, hard-working boy. He's got a sharp mind. He can provide for a family. Are you trying to set me up with your son? Can you blame a mother for trying? You're a good, respectable girl, Magda. Any family will be lucky to have you as a daughter. I think... Did my sister move in? That's tomorrow. Vanna moves in tomorrow. Yeah, I consider that over Oates. Fuck Oates. Not every marriage starts off on solid footing, but if you pray and work and trust in the Lord, you'll find it in time. Believe me. If it's not working out, how can you be sure a couple belongs together? God knows he brings people together for a purpose. We don't need to understand it, only to have faith in Providence. In any case, I should get back to the shores. Remember what I said, whatever happens, you're always welcome in my home. Before I forget, I actually had a question about an old book. Martin is supposed to have stolen it from a baron who was killed years ago. Do you know what happened to it? Oh. I hope this doesn't get me into any trouble, but I still have it, hidden in a drawer. Martin left it behind when he ran off. He went to all the trouble to take it, but he didn't bring it along? Martin was a thief, but he wasn't stupid. Alright, well thank you for stopping in, Popper. I'm sure he realized no one would believe he'd come by the book honestly, so he couldn't sell it. Why'd you keep it? What was I supposed to do? The Baron was killed soon after, and there I was, holding his stolen book. I didn't want Martin to get in any more trouble than he was already in. I never read it, though. I don't read well. I guess you get off your hands. No one would ever know you kept it. I trust you to be true to your word. I'd like to have nothing more to do with it. To be frank, it reminds me of difficult times. A stolen book of a dead nobleman in our home. Perhaps it spoiled our milk and turned our eggs all these years. Here you are. Please don't tell anyone I had this. Yeah, it's in Latin. I can understand a few words and phrases. I'll take a closer look in the evening. Thank you, Brigida. Yes, very good. Be well now. God bless. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the best, girl! Oh, no way. Alright, real quick. I need to run and grab something. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Take this boy right now. Milk, take Yeah. Okay. We have things now. Okay. Alright, let's talk to this craft guy. Hey Magda. Come to help me. Salt? Salt? Some winter provisions. Sorry, I don't have time going to the salt mines today. What for? To learn more of the pagan history of tasting. I see, for the mural. Isn't that dangerous? It could be, but I'll be fine. Alright, I'll take your word for it. I've learned my lesson. I'm still reeling from the last time we got into a squabble about you working on the mural. Made me think, though. I wish I had more artistic talent, or that I knew more about history, or, something. Why not practice and learn? I don't think I have the natural aptitude for it. Grandma taught me all manner of things about plants and even about mixing colors. But it doesn't feel right. Maybe I'm just borrowing the aspiration. It's not where my heart is really at. So what does that heart actually want? I'm not sure. After all these years, I still feel like I have to make up for my father. For Jobst, or whatever his name was, for his lies. His name was Jobst? That's a dumbass name. I suppose I know how to look after and heal animals, and people too a bit. Again, because of Grandma. Agnes has taught you some useful skills. Where do those lead you? I don't know. Would it be possible for me to go to university as Werner did? You want to become a doctor? Well, Dr. Stolz has been suggesting the idea. He's offered to sponsor me if I wanted to go. Life's precarious. Maybe this way I could actually be of some use. Learners often craft a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could really make something of himself. He should go. His family would be alright without him, right? It wouldn't be easy if it's even possible, but why not? I knew of all people you'd understand. You found a way to bend the rules with the mural, so there have to be ways to change things, right? Change is what we need, no matter how difficult it would be. I don't see much of a future for us otherwise. We continue to struggle. We're still taxed heavily by the new lord. As an educated man, I could support my family for better, but if I fail, life would be hard for us. Dr. Stolz thinks I could do it, but it's easier to stay in tasting. At least then I know I could take care of Mom. I think you should take up Dr. Stolz on his offer. This is your chance to make a difference. If Dr. Stolz believes you can, I do too. Yeah. Haha. You're right. If I don't at least try, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Been dawdling too long on the matter. I'll talk to Dr. Stolz and let him know I've made up my mind. Thanks, Magdalene. Anyway, right now, I've meats to salt, cure, winter draws near. Alright. And to you, God bless. Alright, so. So we've gotten the book. I think we should probably talk to Peter. So I could go to any of these places, really. Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Peter. think these people have anything to say? How's the mural coming? I hear you. Browbeat the council into letting you do it yourself? It took me some work, but I convinced them. Yeah. It's good to see those stubborn bastards can be moved. God may have made man from dust, but I swear he left some of them with rocks for brains, too. Did you know Jorg was by to check on my hinges? I've had about enough of their silly projects. That Zimmerman boy seems to have a good head on his shoulders, though. Once you're settled down with him, you'll have a good life ahead of you. It's hard to think of the future right now with what's happened to my dad. Sweet girl, I'm sorry. My mouth goes faster than my head sometimes. Or so my Johann used to say. Your dad's only ever been a fair weather friend to people like me, but he's a family man at heart and I can respect that. I hope he knows he's lucky to have you looking after him. He regrets it, you know. I'm sure he does. He could have made a real difference for us, stuck his neck out, but he was scared. We all wish things could have turned out different, but that's life. Anyway, give my best wishes to your father and take care of yourself. Alright. So who the heck is this guy? Who's Simon? Hey Magdalene, who the fuck are you? I heard what happened to your dad. How's he doing? Resting, he suffered a blow to the head. I'm worried, to say the least. Hans sends his regards. The Bauer household is praying for a swift recovery. Plus, it's always been such a bedrock of tasting. I'd hate for him to die. It'd be a... I'm sorry. It's fine. I fear it as well. It's best not to ignore one's fears. Do you miss your father? Your real one, I mean. Do I miss him? Kind of. I don't remember Joseph all that much. Who the fuck is Joseph? I don't even know who they're talking about. He's become a haze of sorts, a faint echo, a feeling, an occasional emotion. I was so young when he got killed. Mom said I had trouble understanding what had happened for a long time. Yeah, we don't know our mom at all. Yeah, you never even got to see her, right? Not even a memory, huh? Suppose you have yourself for comparison. God molded you after her. I can imagine how she could have been, like, stubborn and unruly, yeah? Can I know if I'm actually like my mom? All I have is stories from people. Well, you read books, don't you? Stories about things that are true. Books and stories are about a lot of things. I can't read anyway. Would you want to learn? Don't have the time. Work on the farm never ends, especially with taxes eating at us. Anyway, the winter draws closer, so I got a lot of preparations to take care of. I truly hope Klaus recovers soon. God look after you both. Okay, so who's... I don't know any of these people. He's familiar, but I don't remember who the fuck he is, honestly. Hope your dad recovers quickly. He's a good man. Thank you. I'll tell him you said that. This town has seen too many terrible things, but we've recovered before. Maybe the Lord will return your dad to health, too. I pray you're right. Be glad you had this time with him, I say. Wish I'd have as much time with whoever that is. Anyway, did you need something? How are you doing? Fine enough. Weather's getting colder. And the fam? Healthy and hardworking. Simon's taking care of the winter provisions. He's a good boy, proud of him. And you know how beautiful and kind-hearted Jutta is, just like her mother. I don't know how I got so lucky. She's a miracle. She will marry a good man soon, I'm sure. Do you have someone in mind? That young Oates is a good man, I've noticed. He's solid enough. Takes after his father. All the same, when Jutta has children one day, they'll be beautiful and kind like their mother. There are worse things to be, I guess. I did my best to raise her right, but her best qualities are all a hellwig. no idea who the fuck that is. Give yourself a little credit. Kind of you to say. I should be getting back to it. Alright. Alright, let's head to the Gertner farm. Curious how everyone's doing. Big Jorg, what do you got for me? How are the hinges on your doors? Fine, I guess. Maybe Edra should take a look at them. I would have asked your father, but, well... Anyway, you wouldn't believe how many people in this town leave their hinges to rust. I didn't realize you had such an interest in hinges. It's not my interest in particular. Paul would like to institute a yearly check of all homes in Tasing. What do you think of the idea? Well, it's not a bad thing, but I don't see why we need to make it official. Everyone in Tasing helps each other. As I see it, if someone notices a house in disrepair, we'll all pitch in to fix it. To do anything else would be unchristian. But if Paul wants to see it through, happy to go along with it. Makes me feel useful, you know? Speaking of, I better get back to work. Okay. So, he doesn't have anything to say about his mom. Hi, Peter. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to click through that. That's fine. Been so damn long since anyone thought to ask me about what I know. But there's still a few of the old tales knocking in this old skull. Are there myths from even before the Romans came to Tasing? Of course there are. The Romans weren't the first ones to live here, you know? There are spirits older than the saints that live in these woods, older than the Romans. They protected Tasing before St. Moritz ever set a blessed foot in this town. What sort of spirits? The sort that I'm getting at. Didn't your father teach you patience? Okay. It's Perchta and her wild hunt that scare the evil ones away. They've protected Tasing since its founding day. Long before the Romans, our ancestors roamed these mountains under a great chieftain called Raidus. Wait, isn't Raidus a Latin name? Eh? The ending on his name is the masculine singular common on most male Roman names. Plenty of names end with the same letters. Doesn't make them Latin, does it? Now quit your yammering and listen. Folk weren't as kind as they are now, and the tribes fought one another for the best land. The old chieftain was a yellow-bellied coward who neglected the old gods. He was too proud to make offerings. Because of him, the gods favored the other tribes, and Raidus' people had no land to call their own. Instead, they wandered through the mountains and valleys, hunting and gathering what they could to survive. One day, when the winter was approaching, Raidus went hunting and found a wounded wolf tangled in a trap. But instead of killing the beast as most one would, he helped the beast and loosened it from its bounds. Was the wolf a spirit in disguise? Heh, of course not. Wolves are wolves. Girl spirits don't need the skins of an animal for their power. Still, you got the sense of the thing. The old gods are keen to repay favors done, and Perchta is the goddess of the wild hunt. The wolves are her animals. She leads the wild hunt, and the wolves lead the hunts. Oh gosh, I'm so tired because I've been working so much of the forest. Ah. Back in the day, folk knew it was bad luck to kill a wolf. Now I'm the only one who remembers these things. Perchta saw Raiden's actions and took favor on him and told the wolf to leave the chief to her sacred spring. Raidus led his people to the spring and claimed it for his homeland, and we've been in this valley ever since. And those goddamn Romans came and destroyed everything, but you see, there were other gods protecting this place before St. Moritz. That's why a few of us still honor Perchta. She protects us against witches and fiends. It's a wonderful story. Perfect for the first part of the mural. Good, good. Nice to know I can still be of use. What about the Romans? Do you know any Roman legends? Roman legends? Pah! I don't bother with stories from outsiders or tales of gods that aren't our own. The Romans did nothing but conquer our people and destroy this town. We've spent generations after generations building Tasing back up from those days. And still our traditions keep dying with no one to carry them on. Only Ursula's given a damn about them these days. Oh. Yeah, that's right, we didn't convince her to drop it. That's why I want to know, Peter. These stories need to be on the mural. The mural. The mural, huh? Fine, fine, but I don't know any of the old Roman shit. Alright, alright. I have a lot to think about. Thank you for sharing your stories. At least someone wants to listen to me. Lord Ursula used to sit by me for years. Years ago and listen to everything about the old customs. Too busy for that now, of course, but you might talk to her. She remembered more than I do now. Used to listen to the widow, too. Old Ottilia knew more about the old ways than any of us. Tired. Talking so much makes my jaw ache. I'll leave you to rest then. Bye. Talk to Ursula, maybe? Clara, girl, you old. What? How are you, House Claus? Hard to know for certain. One day he seems well, and the next I can hardly understand his words. I'll keep praying for you both. Both of you deserve the best. Life's been hard enough for you already. Let me know if you need any help. I'd be happy to help. What's this? What's that symbol? I don't even know. I've been so caught up in the workshop and I forgot. Not to worry, I can come by and help out. Besides, then we can chat and chat. Chatter makes chores pass quickly. With all my children up and grown, no husband to care for anymore. I've got to make myself useful somehow. Heard that Peter was crazy. Big Jorg is still in the house though, isn't he? Oh yes, but he's a grown man with children of his own. He and Veronica are capable of caring for their own household now. Ava is taking care of Oates. And Ursula and Fabian have their own life together. They don't need me anymore? You sound sad. I suppose I am. Thank God that my children are all grown and prospering, but I do feel there's been something missing in my life. After so many years of tending to them and maintaining a home, I don't know what else to do. You could always find something new to do. Maybe helping Gret in the bakery or something. Jorg has been telling me to rest more, but you're right. I'd rather keep busy as long as there's life left in these old bones. I'll come by and... Okay, so she's gonna come help us at the house, so that's great. Okay, Veronica, you got anything to say? How's the mural going? Hope my husband hasn't been bothering you about it too much. Is that no, the council's left me to work for the most part. I think Oates has something to do with that. Boys, his eye on you, Magda. At least he's using his authority to do some good. Usually that lot just meddle around in things that are best left alone. Those men are bad influences on each other, if you ask me. Now they're chattering on about a yearly check of the hinges on every door in town. Hinges? Who gives a damn if the hinges are on our front doors creak? They're just trying to keep the town in order. They do better keeping themselves in order first. Anyway, I think it's good for you to be working on the mural. I wish Artemis and Apollo would take interest in something like that. Speaking of, have you seen them around? I asked them to look after the chickens, but they've disappeared. They might like to mess around in the forest. Maybe they've wandered off. This town isn't that big. I don't know where they get to that I can't find them. Father Thomas says they're only so much trouble because I named them after Greek gods. He says those names have power, but I still like them. Besides, Apollo and Artemis were gods of virtues. If anything, they should be more well-behaved. Names don't have as much power as we give them. Maybe you're right. Father Thomas spends too much time in his books. Besides, then, he'd be in a poor state. Father Thomas the Doubter. Anyway, I better go find those rascals. Good luck on the mural. Alright. Bye. Well, we're cruising. I don't know where the hell Ursula is. I also don't know who that is. That the Zimmerman house? I don't know. I'm shocked that we're actually able to do everything today. Hey, Endris, do you have a wife now? Resi and I are very worried. Alive, and that's what matters. Did you discover who attacked him? No, whoever it was, they left no sign. Terrible crime. May God look after you both. We've had enough tragedy. Fortunately, Dr. Souls appears to have found his purpose. I remember him being so sad when I was a girl. You're still a girl. He was once the picture of arrogance, masked sadness, I think. Like to talk about how he was destined for better places than this backwards alpine town. How he's meant for the courts of kings. No longer. He grew up. Did the revolt change him? Changed everyone. But he's the one who saw the bodies. He's not a heartless man. He deserves our compassion. I shouldn't gossip. If there's anything Resi and I can do for you, let us know. Okay, so I owe your father more than I can say. Take care. Resi. So are you the lady that... His spirits are high, but he still gets headaches and spells of dizziness. Alright, me and Klaus have been friends for a long time. If you don't mind, you weren't born in Tasing, am I right? No, I'm originally from Innsbruck. Oh, so he did go find that girl. Good for him. How did you arrive here? The twists of Providence are sudden and unpredictable. I was but a young girl selling all manner of wares on the market, pots and the like. One day this man appears to the stall, judders and nerves, stammering over his words, but charming in a way. We spoke at length. I was intrigued and soon enamored, as if a candle had been lit. Endris is a man of talent and means, after all, blessed with a kind soul. How did it feel to leave home for someone so far away, uprooting yourself from the life you had? Frightening, to be sure. Leaving Innsbruck weren't my friends and family behind. But it was exciting as well, going off to find new opportunities and build a new life. There wasn't much I had to look forward to in Innsbruck, few prospects for a poor girl. Couldn't see myself sitting at the market continuing to sell odds and ends. Sometimes there are risks we just have to take. It's very inspiring. I'm glad you found your happiness here. We all struggle in this world, but the moments of joy outweigh the bad. It's how God has set the world, his benevolence guiding us through it all. I feel I've been blessed, and it's not all been bad for Endris either. I assist him with bookkeeping, smithery, and other things. You must be very good with numbers. Marcus taught me well. A bit more comfortable with numbers than Endris, to say the least. Can't tell you any true answers, but I hoped I provided some encouragement. Don't forget you're important as well and deserve to live your life. Okay, bye. Thanks for the talk. I'm so glad that you two found each other and you're happy now. Very good. Oh. You. Got your way with the mural, huh? I didn't expect you to convince the council like that. I can be pretty stubborn when I want to be. Clearly I'm impressed. The rest of the council have been arguing over the matter for so long, even I couldn't get a word in. And you come in and shut them up for it in a few minutes. Could use more women like you in the town. There are plenty of opinionated women in town. Want to let us join the council? You'd have to take that up with the Lord. Besides, I don't think any of them are as hard-headed as you. You're the exception, Magdalene. You always are. Clearly you've forgotten about it. Well, you really think so? But yeah, I wouldn't tell you otherwise. You're an admirable woman. Anyway, standing up to the council like that was great. I know I'm on the council, but sometimes it doesn't seem like I have any influence. He actually seems insecure about his place on the council. We can be nice. I'll be nice. Only after your dad did. Still feel bad about that. I should have stuck up for you. Being the youngest one on the council has been harder than I thought. I know they don't think I'm capable, and even Paul has warned me about being too rash. My dad died trying to make a difference in this town. All I'm trying to do is carry on his legacy, but it seems like the others won't make room for any change. Keep pushing. They're stuck in the past, but looking forward to the let's look forward to the future. Magdalene. It'll take time, but maybe they'll listen to me eventually. Better get back to it. Okay, so... So what am I... Oh, it's Black Till. Oh, little kid. What are you doing, kid? Helping mom? Oates is right, you're really pretty. Thank you. You're really pretty too. Thanks. Don't tell, it's a secret. Oh, I'll keep it secret. That's funny. You know, you think he'd treat me better if he actually liked me, but, you know, men, sometimes. Alright. Oates isn't here, I'm afraid. I wasn't looking for him. No, are you sure? I think he wandered off. Something about the council, but if you ask me, I think he was looking for you. Men are weird. That's sweet of him. He has been dropping by more often as of late. He's quite fond of you. I'm surprised he has any time to visit, though. So he's working on town council business these days, and he's still working at mastering carpentry as well. I suggested a few years ago that he take up an apprenticeship, but he was determined to remain in Tasing. I think he's more comfortable here, even if it means he'll never be the craftsman Otto was. I help him how I can, but there's only so much I know how to do. Besides, I think he feels like he's taking care of me instead of the other way around. Funny how time does that. I think Dad misses Mom even after all these years. Do you ever miss Otto? Every day. I see him in the little things Oates does. The way he smiles and how he laughs. I miss my husband, but I'm proud of Oates. He's growing into a capable young man. I'm excited to see him grow into a husband and father. He'll make a wonderful partner. Whoever he marries will be a lucky woman. It's about that time to start fighting a match, too. It's wonderful that God blessed Andrus with a wife at last, but I'd rather not have Oates be in his position. Better to marry earlier while he can still raise a family. Okay, bye! Alright, Black Till, I want to have a conversation with you about stuff and things. Yes, yes. Hello, do you have a moment? What do you need? Oates says you've been obsessed with your painting. Yes, yes, I actually need some help with it. Maybe you could tell me a little bit about the history of the town. Old pot shards and Latin trivia were all he ever talked about. Granddad's reading came from the Abbey's library, though. You know what happened there. Poof, up in smoke. So you don't have any of his old books? Only a few. Granddad tried to buy some when the Abbey fell in hard times, but they were too expensive. I can show you something better than books. Evidence? Something like that. See, we don't have any books on the old pagans, but we do have their stuff. Shards of ceramic pots and old stuff. You know, stuff. Even a little bear carved from amber. Where'd you find all that stuff? It's not just me. Carl finds things. Fabian too. Any farmer would tell you the same. Okay, I don't know who those people are. I've heard of Fabian, but I don't even know. Oh, they're there in the fields under the dirt. Can't go one season without turning up something. Why are you keeping all these things? Or where are you keeping them? Nowhere, we just toss them into piles with the rest of the rocks and root clumps. Sure, it's interesting, but we can't do much of anything with the stuff except look at it. What do you think it all means? I don't follow. What do you think they were like? I guess I never really thought about it. They seem like regular people. Their remains all look like ours. Tools and weapons are rougher, but not badly made. Their little carvings and ceramic critters aren't so different from the things Ava made for Oates. Suppose I expected them to be more strange. Because they weren't Christians? No doubt they were coarse, but they don't seem especially violent, not like the church says. Not so different from today, really. You mentioned something about salt. Did they start the mine? Had to have, I say. Most people think it was a Roman project, but I think the Romans just dug out what was already there. That's why tasting was so important to the Romans in the first place. Salt. So tasting wasn't just on the Imperial Road. They made the road come through tasting. Do you think there's anything left of the pagans down there? I don't know, but anything they would have left would have to be better preserved than what we dig out of the fields. Magdalene, tell me you aren't thinking of going down there. I mean, what if there's stuff down there that could help me with the mural? Magdalene. That mine is hundreds of years old. You could break your neck just getting in there. It's worth it for the mural. I want to try my best for Dad. Imagine how your dad would feel if you got hurt. Persuade Blacktail to help you with the mine. You're bullheaded, just like your mother. And your father. Probably couldn't keep you out of there if I tried. Please. Alright, alright. Don't know how to get down there myself, but I know those twins have gotten it in a time or two. No doubt they have a trick. And Baltus might not have the most reliable, might not be the most reliable man, but I doubt he could rig up something for you too. I don't doubt. Thank you. I'm serious. Don't. This has been a big help. Glad to spread some knowledge around. Important for folks to know their past. Think all this pagan stuff will make it in the mural? I can bring some of the things the boys and I have found over the Rothos tomorrow if that'd help. That would be great. Glad you're taking an interest. I thought no one cared about the pagans but me and Granddad. I should warn you, if you do head into the forest, keep an eye out for the Lord's men. They're strict, worse now than they used to be. I'll be careful. Yikes. So he might be able to help. And they might be down there. Alright. So then where do I want to go? I don't really want to talk to this guy. I mean, I'm sure he's great. I'll do it. I'll go talk to him. I don't want to talk to him. He's not really someone I'm interested in talking to. I don't know who this Carl guy is. Oh, so this was this thing that was being built. Right. Hi, Zolden. Have I started the Inquisition yet? I might as well have. I mean, a lot of people were killed. It's fine. Ah, yes, hello. Yes? The cinnamon just arrived for the beer. You're making beer? Well, yes. It's for the Christmas celebration. We're barely into November. The wheel of time stops for no man. It's gonna be wonderful. Cinnamon, coffee from Ethiopia, cacao from the New World. What the fuck is this man saying? Jesus Christ, who has the money? he who has the money who could do everything. Problem? Of course not, it's just your money. Anyway, I'm quite excited about it. Clearly. As such, alchemy is not normally my strong suit. And as for the complaints about the cost, the base rye we're using is free. Given the other ingredients, I'd imagine it doesn't make that much difference to the cost. At least someone around here is aware of the costs. Do I or do I not have more than enough money to cover everything 10 times over? Of course, but then I don't want to hear another word about it. The farmers had so much rye this year they couldn't use it all. Gret has made so much bread with it as she could, but she wound up having to throw out a lot, so why not make beer? I wish you the best of luck with it. Do you know, the tasting salt mine? I need to find a way in. Any chance you could help me? Oh, you must be on quite the adventure. Ideally, I could rig up a double pulley system to lower and raise you into the shaft, but that might take a while. I would like to go in today if possible. Of course, of course. Would a good length of rope suffice so you could brace yourself against the wall of the mine shaft? Are you strong enough to support your own weight? Against the wall? I think so. Excellent. Alright. Thank you. Alright, very nice. Thank you very much. Glad you helped. Who are you? Any other things around? No. I don't know if he really has anything interesting to say to us. Well enough considering the circumstances. Being admirably level-headed given your challenges. For what it's worth, though, Claus and I haven't always seen eye to eye. I've always respected him. Dad respects you as well. Thank you for saying so. Over the years, I've grown to find his stubbornness admirable. It's a quality you share, evidenced on your work of the mural. Thank you? It must be part of the Lord's plan. I trust that he put you in this position for a reason. All the same, the Council does not want to regret their lenience. I will make Tasing proud. That remains to be seen. Okay. Okay. So what is this building? Like... Oh, it's for the town hall shit? Oh. Okay. That to make a sense. Is Agnes still alive? No way she's still alive. Okay. Holy cow. Gosh, why am I so fucking sleepy? Holy. Why am I so tired? Maybe I need, like, some apple juice. Get some apple juice. I want apple juice. Apple juice. I want apple juice. I'm going to get apple juice. This is great. That's what I'm going to get. And maybe a snack. Okay, I have apple juice. And a snack. I doubt Agnes is gonna have anything, like, remotely helpful to say. Worry about that boy sometimes. He's been working hard to mend the holes his father made in tasting. He saved 3 calves last spring with the poultice I taught him. Ah! He's done a lot of good for the town. Not easy to lose a parent, you know that too well. So I do what I can to help him along in life. You made a bigger impact than you know. He's thinking about going to university. University? Well, wouldn't that be something? My grandson, university educated. Oh, well, you didn't come here to hear me ramble on about my family. What can I do for you? Thought you might have some additional remedies for my father. I know it won't save him, but I still want to try everything I can. Every little bit helps. I understand. Let me see what I can whip up. Can't promise anything, but God willing, I pray it provides some small help. Thanks! Of course. I guess maybe talking to her did provide something potentially fruitful. Where am I trying to go? Into the forest, then. I'm shocked that we're actually, like, kind of able to do everything that it wanted us to do. We can talk to Smoke. Hello, Smokey. Call me Magdalene. Old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corner of the woods? More gossip? Yeah, ancient gossip, please. He's talking about the twins. Why are you so interested in that? Well, the mural needs a section about the early stage tastings. Mine's the oldest part, and you keep a keen ear. I thought you might have heard something. I don't know how I'm getting down there, but I know a few stories about it. The old stories my father used to tell me when he was the burner of tasting. Mars and Tasia. Tasia, like tasting? Folks named the town after a pagan god. Roman wanted that. I don't mind telling you the tale, but I warn you, it's a bit bawdy. What does bawdy mean? Oh. Count me curious. Here we go. Oh, I guess. I won't be scandalizing you. Can't have your father hounding me for coarseness. But I'll tell the decent bits of what I remember. Apparently it's sexual. Everyone excludes me from the fun. You have your fun in time, just wait and see. Or what's this story? Mars was hunting in these woods and spied a fat boar. He pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. The creature ran off and God was angry at the loss of his quarry. He tramped through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest and not in the local town. Why would a god be hunting in Tasting's forest? How should I know? Maybe he just wanted a brisk walk. Besides, why should anything that gods do make sense? These were the old days when spirits and ghosts prowled. What do you mean prowled? Like spirits and other evil things do? Can't just say they walked through the woods like you and me. They prowled. Okay, keep going. Mars found a nymph, Tasia, bathing in a spring with a fat, ugly satyr goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trapped nymph, Mars transformed into a wolf and slayed the satyr, and in return, she bathed the god. I get it. I did warn you. When Mars left the pool, he dripped onto the ground. It blossomed with flowers and crops. They say that's why this valley is so fertile. How do I know it's a real legend? Tell me what makes a real legend. I can tell you it's older than any other story I've ever heard. So much of what the Brahmins left behind was destroyed over the years, but I like to think I still have these tales. You can never really destroy stories as long as there's people left to tell them. Of course, the Romans left a hell of a lot behind, too. The town's more Roman than Bavarian, really. We are a part of the Holy Roman Empire. That we are, and not for lack of trying. Tasting is actually much smaller now than it was in the Romans' days, at least that's what I make of it. The Romans go deep into the forest and all the way to the old mine. Half of Tasting was built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town and you'll start noticing things. We used their stone to build. The old temple by Satius Shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see some of the Roman paved stones under the road if you look hard. We may not be Roman, but this town is. What a beautiful idea. That's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes. Maybe I should go take a look at the mine. To get a better sense of what things were actually like. Nothing will stop you. I won't either. Just keep an eye for any wolves or satyrs you might see down there, okay? I'll let you know if I see any. Thanks. Who the fuck is this? Are you a friend of Smokey's? I'd like to think so. I'm a tinker. Okay. Are you the printer's daughter? Yes. Do you sample the wares much? As often as I can. You gonna get in trouble? Trouble? What's he talking about? Nothing, ignore him. Nothing. This one can't help but talk to people about all the strange things he believes. He reads all sorts of books, talks to odd folks, gets ideas brewing in his head. Now that doesn't bother old Smokey none. Bothers some other people a whole lot. Doesn't bother me any. Well, if it doesn't bother you and it doesn't bother old Smokey, sounds like there's nothing to worry about. Fine, you get your run out of here again, don't blame me. Again? Do I want to know what happened? A long time ago I got into an argument with some people. They told Father Thomas. To his credit, he told them to let it go, but somehow an inquisitor found out. Anyway, I had to leave for a while. So books, strange ideas? The host, the Eucharist, the bread and wine, bed of body and bread of Christ, blood, Holy Communion, what about it? More and more people are writing about rejecting transubstantiation. God, there's so many big-ass words in this game I don't know how to say. I feel like I'm embarrassing myself, honestly. The idea that the bread and wine of the Eucharist literally becomes the body and blood of Christ. Here we go. Yes? Well, there are two ways to look at it. The first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and Huz rejected it. Using our eyes, our senses, there's nothing perceptible that changes in the character of the bread and wine. Must our senses necessarily encompass all of God's miracles for them to be real? No, not all, but for what reason would he place them outside of our compass of understanding? Good question. You're starting to see, but there's a second point. Even if the bread and wine turned to Christ's body and blood, why is it necessary for spiritual communion? We are bound by flesh, attempting to reunite with the light of God through the act, the observance, unites our will with that of Christ. He is presenting in us, though, through the remembrance, not the physical act. I'm not following this anymore. Isn't that heresy? Perhaps, but by the church's own teachings, even if the celebrant held this heretical belief, the transubstantiated state of the host does not depend on it, only the self. Nah, I'm not listening to any of this. Are you ready to hear why it's important to believe in transubstantiation? Sure, or why not? Can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but that's alright. This all starts with Lucifer creating the world. Excuse me? God was the Word, and the Word was truth, and the truth is light. The light is God's will. God's light contained aspects, what we would consider angels, facets of his intellect. One of these aspects separated itself from God's intellect and manifested in the darkness as the corrupt will, Lucifer. Sid, I'm struggling, bro.
Huh?
I'm struggling to read this. By what power could a portion of God's will separate from the whole? The will moved itself. God's intellect, being infinite, also contained the capacity to transcend the infinite. To exist outside the boundaries of infinite light, the corrupt will brought into being equally infinite darkness. Within that darkness, Lucifer cast his false light, a corrupted imitation of the divine intellect, to create the world. All material in our world is inherently a corrupted manifestation of that false light. We still have the connection to God through our intellect, but it is flawed by existing in our physical bodies. Hi, GB. Hi, Shiver Warp. You still believe we can be redeemed through Christ, right? Well, of course. Finally, some sense. But not in the way that you think. Of course not. The way to be redeemed is to reunite our will with God's. How do we do that? Regular prayer, abstention from material desires, sublimation, and elimination of wants. That just sounds like being a monk. No. Priests and monks both are corrupt agents of the business of the church. They have taken the simplicity of holy devotion and profaned it with pageantry. The saints, too. All this moritz and satiate and miracles, they're just stories. The church has led people astray, put the hope of people in meaningless rituals, faith, and relics. I can see why you don't go into town much. No one really wants me in town anyway. Can't wait to fix their knives and their pots and the little things and be on my way. That's fine with me. I've seen so much of the world, learned so many things. I've made so many friends that I hope I'll see again if I come their way. Anyway, thank you for indulging me. Of course. Yeah, that I followed maybe half of that. I don't know if I have heard of these words before now, bro. I really don't know. Hi, Apollo. What are you doing? Looking for frogs. Artemis says she saw one the other day and we're trying to collect a bunch. Frogs don't come out this time of year. Artemis said she saw one. They're cold and wet creatures. They won't be out in autumn. Maybe that's why I only have one. What do you need the frogs for? Like I'll tell you, you'll snitch. If you don't tell me, maybe I will snitch. Your mother won't be happy to hear about whatever you're up to. Artemis always says Mom doesn't care. Mom yells, but that's about it. Sorry, Magdalene. I can't risk this one. Try asking Artemis. The great frog plague. Yeah, I've never heard of that shit. Never heard. I don't know. Okay, here she is. Collecting frogs. I'm a little busy right now. Still catching frogs? Damn it, Apollo, he can't keep his fat mouth shut. What do you want, Magdalene? I want to see what our forefathers and Romans left behind to serve the mural. Mural? You want to use our secret hideout for your mural? I want to see if they left anything down there I could use as a reference. You're really into that whole project, aren't you? Why should I show you how to get in? I won't ever go in again. I just need your help this once. Just like you said you never asked to borrow my favorite scarf again, I need a guarantee. Look, I'll show you how to get into the mine on one condition. You help Apollo and me with our next prank. No telling, no snitching, no questions asked. Fine, tell me what you're up to. Father Thomas has been droning on and on about the plagues of Egypt, right? Apollo and I are collecting frogs to hide in the tabernacle. When Father Thomas opens it on Sunday, frogs will go everywhere. Why in the world would you want to do that? He keeps saying Apollo and I are on the path of rebellious Egyptians with frogs and locusts. We're gonna prove him right and summon a bunch of frogs en masse. So what do you want me to do? We've stolen the tabernacle key, but we need to put it back before he notices. You want me to put the key back? Precisely. Look, we stole the key early to make sure it was the right one. We'll steal it again once we actually stuff the frogs in there, but in the meantime it needs to go back. Replace the key on the altar in the church. Apollo and I would attract too much attention, but you're the town's goody-goody. I'm just a better sneak than you. It's bullshit and you know it. Anyway, will you do it? I'll get you into the mine if you do. Changing one thing to another. Oh, okay. Okay. Got you. Need a way to get in the mine, but this seems risky. I don't know, it seems harmless enough. It's just frogs. Alright, give me the key. Yeah, learn something new every day. We're probably gonna get caught, but I doubt Father Thomas will think that we did it, to be honest. It has been here as long as I can remember. Looks like the church is empty. Okay. Let Artemis know I've returned the key. I mean, Father Thomas is right outside, but... Is there an underlying religious theme? Through this game? Oh my god, everyone's hyper-religious here. It's like everyone's crazy religious in this game. I did it. I left the key where he'd find it. Woohoo! Okay, we'll go into the mine. You sure you want to do this? There's some creepy things down there. Who knows how many people have died in those mines. It's probably haunted. You should back out now. While you still can. You don't scare me. I'm going down there. You can't blame us if a ghost gets you. You were warned. Anyway. It's not that bad as long as you know where to put your feet. We do it all the time. Let's get on with it. I don't want to get in trouble again. Alright. Well, I don't want to say that it's an underlying theme. I think it's like the main theme of the game is how like Christian all these people are. I mean, it seems like this is the third generation now. And for the first two generations, people were very, very, very religious. And now this generation, it seems like they're starting to fall back on that a little bit. Because they're not greeting people by saying, God bless you. So, seems like they're holding back a little. Alright. Alright, here goes. Don't forget to move your hands down before your feet so you don't slip. Hike your skirt a little so you don't get it caught. It's easier that way. The missing rung? Oh, right, there's a missing rung near the bottom. Watch your step or you'll fall. Okay. Why do you always have to embarrass me? Alright, I got it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we're fine with the missing rung. Very good. Ah, very good. Good luck doing whatever you're doing down there. Hope you don't die. Climbing out might be trickier. Alright, time to take a look around. So we still need to write to Matthew, and we need to read the Historia Tassier. But, that's it. Poem? It's a love note. I would have chucked this shit down a mine shaft too. That's funny. No horns, maybe looks like a mule. What's this? Piece of pottery. So it looks like there's a couple different caves. Let's just go one by one. Another shard. They may all be from the same pot. We'll find out. Okay. Another pottery piece. A lot of pottery pieces. Latin inscription. Tasia, give me water, or Pluto, preserve me. This salt is drying me to death. Yeah, this doesn't particularly sound like pleasant work. Okay, what about this? A Roman map of Tasing! Aqueduct in the spring, the abbey. There's the old fort up on the hill. There's the rest of town. What's this building? Mithraeum? Some sort of temple? Whatever it is, it's not in Tasing now. That's so odd. Okay. Well, what about this? Another inscription. It's not very formal. A worker must have carved it. Soul ascended. My soul will descend in this damned hall of salt. That's rough. would an altar be doing in a salt mine? It's even carved out of the salt. Hmm. Okay. What's this? This piece matches the other piece I found? Okay. More Latin writing. Oh, make our own altar to the gods? Some kind of temple. Okay. Well. Hmm. Let's keep on going. More pottery pieces. I found a lot of these pottery pieces. I should find out if they're all from the same pot. Oh, okay. I understand a little. A little. I understand a little. Let's see. Hmm. I don't think that's... Okay, what about... No? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. So maybe that goes like here or something. What about this? Okay, that works pretty well. There we go. And... Oh, okay, so wait a minute, I think... That goes like that. And then... That goes like perfectly in there. Then I'm thinking... This probably goes here. And this goes here. I don't know where the hell that's supposed to go. But this certainly goes right there. And this goes here. I'm starting to think that this goes here. Yeah. And then this one goes here. And this goes like this. This goes like this. And this goes like that. We got it! Figures on this pot lid look like they're telling a story. Paintings must depict an early myth. Perchta, forest speeders, part of the wild hunt. Next part looks like a human sacrifice. Chieftain is sacrificing a man. Bottom half of the lid continues the story. Spirits must be coming in to feast on the sacrifice. Our ancestors try to keep tasting safe. They offered sacrifices to Perchta. Yeah, we could paint this in the mural. I think that's... Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Alright. Let's cave in. The wood here looks newer than the first part of the mine. Was this collapse or recent? The murals on the wall showed me what tasting was like when Roman was here. Yeah, let's figure out what that temple thing is. And the pottery shards are great. Yeah, but the oil's running out, so we gotta leave. I think we did a good job. We did good. Uh-oh. Wait, who's that? Hello, is someone there? Better get out of the shaft before another rock comes crashing down. Someone is still pulling the strings. They've got to be old at this point, right? I mean, this whole thing has been going on for like 30 years. Even Apollo and Artemis would have helped me out of here. Well, now that I have some more information, I can make some decisions on the first section of the mural. Alright. Will do. Okay. You. Yes? The Lord's gamekeeper. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? I'm not. That's not my pig. I'm walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, you're the only other person I've seen. If the pig doesn't belong to you, what are you doing here? Does everyone have to justify being in the woods? If I think you're stealing the Lord's wood or illegally grazing your pigs, yes. Let me ask you a different question. Whose pig is this? The pig was in the woods when I came in here. A mysterious lost pig, who apparently belongs to no one. I suppose so. Okay. If I find any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. And those who brought them here. Do you understand? Yes. Good. Mind your neighbors. What happened when you break the Lord's law? Good Lord. I mean, not a good Lord. I knew the Lord's men patrolled these woods, but I've never seen one before. I didn't realize they were so strict. I suppose I should consider myself lucky. Alright, let's go back. Oy. Hello, Father Thomas. I think it's up here, right? Okay, no mysterious letters, so that's good. How's the mural coming? Magdalene. Can't you let it go? Makes it so much easier. No, Otto Zimmerman, I can't. Oh, don't call me... Fine. Anyway, Magdalene, how's the mural going? Doesn't look like much yet. Well, of course it doesn't look like anything right now. I've only just finished priming the wall. Now I have to decide what to depict. Hard to piece together the history of tasting when it happened so long ago. Since the Abbey Library burned, I can only rely on stories from people around tasting. Even what I could find out about the Romans and pagans was so obscure, I had to go into this old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural. Hmm. I really want to do this one, to be honest. I'm doing it. Human sacrifice? Don't you think that's a bit much? I don't know how the rest of town will take it. Especially Father Thomas. What made you choose this story, anyway? I think the pottery I found is a better source than stories that have been passed down by mouth. I guess that's true. So I think it would shock some people. Especially Father Thomas. Thanks for explaining it. Yes. Well, now that I figured out this portion of the mural, start thinking about the next section. Good night, Oates. Good night, Magdalene. Alright, yeah, let's write to this Father Matthew guy. Alright. Yeah, we'll and then we also have to read the book. Maybe I'll learn something pertinent for the murals. Yes, we have to do all of those things. You are absolutely correct. How's Dad doing? Let's go talk to the father. Dad! Nothing? Okay. Alright, we'll write. The old book. It was the Barons before Martin stole it. The Romans, having conquered the town, built up the walls around it. They established many temples there. So it's harder to read than I thought. The book isn't in great shape either, since it's been sitting in the farmer's house for so long. Let's see. Oh, here's a section about the various dedications erected in town. That might be easier to read. I raise a vision in a field so that Mars may behold our work. Diana sat in a place with water oozing up from herself. Let us pray so that he or she may defend the town. Ah, you're right, none of it makes any sense. So big, though, it would be a lot of work. Gotta ask Sister Gertrude or Baltus for help. Warner, too, he's much better at Latin than anyone else. Father Thomas, even though Dad warned me not to bother him with secular books. Yeah, we can ask about that tomorrow. Yes, we'll write both of those things. Yeah. My name is Mad. I am who I am. And we're creating a mural. We want to know about the history of the town and the abbey. Yes, Mother Illuminata talked very highly of you. I understand you're a busy man. But give us any information that you possibly can, please. If you know of any other places where we might learn about the abbey's history, we would appreciate it. But yeah, small comfort. Sister Gertrude is still here with poor Claire's, and she speaks fondly of the old abbey. Thank you for your help. And then to Esther. Forgive me for not writing sooner. So much has happened since I last wrote. Even my last letter was en route to you. Dad was attacked in the workshop in the middle of the night. He survived, but his injuries are terrible. I worry about him. He's so dizzy he can't get out of bed. Some days his eyes become foggy and his memory fails him. He's not going to recover. It's only a matter of time. Hard to argue. I had no idea who could have wanted to attack my father or why. I found a note by him too. All it was said was stop. It wasn't from the shop because the script was written in the most elaborate hand I've ever seen. No one in Tasting has such skill in script, but as far as I know. And anyway, I don't have the time to wonder about it. I had my hands full running the workshop alone while tending to Dad. What's more, the town council intended to cancel the mural entirely. I had a hell of a time convincing them to let me paint it instead. They made a fuss about me being too young, not experienced enough, or strong enough to be on the scaffold. You know how it is. I suppose I shouldn't have expected any better of them. Working on the mural has been a welcome distraction. And worrying about Dad. Oates has been coming over under the pretense of helping me prepare my paints, too. I'm glad for the well, I think I would prefer to be with Paul, to be honest. I'll be nice. I'd like to have the whole mural finished by Christmas if I can. Just want to finish it in time for Dad to see it. It would mean so much to him. I don't know how long I'll have. I hope you're faring better than we are here. All my love, Magda. Okay. So. Sister Gertrude. I feel like Baltus is probably the best option to help us. Honestly. What? Yeah, no. Okay. Oh, I mean, I expect that I probably can't do anything at this hour. Yeah, no, it doesn't want me to do anything but sleep. No more frightening letters, so that's good. Is like another 2 weeks gonna pass so that we can hear back from those guys and finish painting the bit of the mural that, yeah, it seems so. Alright, let's see how much time is passing. 4, 5, that's a lot of days. Like a week and a half? Something like that. Yes, letters! So glad that they always come on the same day. Reverend Matthew. I was not acquainted with your family during my years at Kierso. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. I'm not overly inclined to assist the people of Tasting in their endeavors to catalog the origins of the abbey they destroyed. However, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and church charity, I'll tell you what I recall. Some time after the Romans left, Christians settled into the region and built Kierso Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. Founded by noblemen of the Kierso family, both its patron and its first abbess, perhaps 2 centuries ago, Kierso changed from being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other double monasteries did likewise around the same time. May have been done out of fear of being shut down, as double monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Sadly, that is the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors put any other records about that abbey to the torch. thus burn the history of Curso. While we cannot change the past, I've heard that the Sisters of Pope Clares have formed a new chapter at the Abbey. I can only hope that their love of apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Moritz. Assuming they have not consigned the contents of Curso's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. It is hard to be overjoyed at the news of your neighbor's late regrets. Many of the injuries inflicted 18 years ago will never heal. Regret cannot undo what's been done, but we can all find redemption through Christ. We may pray for love and reconciliation in the days ahead. In the end, that is all that matters. Winter comes swiftly. Huge knots and Lutherans plague my homeland. Thank the Lord you still live in a land ruled by one true church. I hope this has been of some help to you and yours. May God keep and protect you, the most reverend. Okay. Another reply from Esther. Oh, Magdalene. I'm terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents send their deepest condolences. If I can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send word. I know we are further away than it is easy to travel, but I will see that we can do what Hashem allows. Father says that he remembers no one would want to harm your father. Yet the night I was born, he remembers great strife in the town. Perhaps there's old blood over depicting the night of the revolt. That is all he could suggest. We pray for you and your family every day in our offerings. Hashem will make all things right in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I am encouraged to hear that the town council let you to continue the mural at all. The guilds here would protect your right to complete a job, especially once a You give the men of the council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? We live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age where all may read the words of the great sages in their own language. Truly, when your father recovers, I urge you to come visit me in Prague. I'm glad you found some joy in your work on the mural. We are all well here. Elisha has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and father has agreed to a new contract at the university. I found Simon. His family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with mother and father quite often now. So I hope that I'll be sending good news in my next letter. With Hashem's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well, Esther. Okay. Good morning, Magdalene. I'm here right on time. I hope you are well. How's my dad? That's what we were about to discuss. How are you feeling, Klaus? His fever broke at dawn this morning. That's good news, right? All things in time. I still feel weak. The dizziness has not receded. My head continues to spin whenever I sit or stand up for too long. Occasionally, I am struck with sudden and severe headaches. Damage runs deeper than I first thought. Let me be honest with both of you. I am worried. The circumstances are not unfolding to our benefit. Your health is not mending. Perhaps it is due to your age. Perhaps. We have passed numerous critical days with no change for the better. Meanwhile, the winter draws close and I'm running low on medical supplies. With the roads in town likely snowed in, especially the pass, supply shipments will not arrive for months. Have you asked Gertrude for help? I have. I didn't think you'd ever take her seriously. We have consulted on matters. She has seen head injuries before and remembers what Brother Florian told her. It has been a difficult year, even with the patrols in Bavaria. Many merchants have been struck by bandits. French troops have periodically raided the western holdings of our empire. With the fall of that and that to the Ottoman Turks, many trade routes from the east have been cut. The pillage of Nice by Barbarossa and all losses in Italy have also put us in a predicament in the south. As always, we suffer from the wars of others. Can't we, look around here for supplies? Our options are limited. I wish I already had a copy of that. In the meantime, pray to God. Must take my leave. I'll come by again next week. Thank you. Yes, thanks. Stay out of trouble, Magdalene? Yeah, we'll see. He worries too much. I'll be alright. Anything to eat? I'm working on the next section of the mural today. Not so hungry. I'll be alright. Letter from the Archdeacon. Yes, that's right. What did you learn from him? Um, he was hesitant to tell me anything. He did say the abbey was founded by a noblewoman after the Romans left. Everything else burned in the fire. How unfortunate. I know the brothers kept careful records of the monastery. So much lost in one night. The archdeacon did suggest that poor Clares may have held on to some of the records from the convent. I should be able to learn more about Hastings' Christian history there. An excellent place to start. Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of the convent much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something too. I should talk to him. The miller's wife has a long family history in Tasting. She may know something of the local history that others have forgotten. I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in town. Age, illness, and marriage took the rest of her family. But what is it, Marilyn? What? Come on. Oh. Go talk to her? Thanks. Maybe something remained in the abbey ruins. I should definitely see what's left. Those ruins are dangerous. I won't go far into them, just take a look. Wear a scarf, it's getting cold out. Alright, I'll see you tonight. Good night. I don't know. Hey, Marilyn. This sweet boy, what are you doing? What are you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Ouch. What you doing? I don't know what he is doing. But he is a good boy, right, Marilyn? Oh, Clara. You live here now? Thank you again for helping look after the house. Wow. You have your hands full as it is. Dad really enjoys the company. He sleeps most of the day, but he's been in good spirits whenever I drop in on him. Keep a clean house, too? Aside from the workshop, I can't blame you for that. I've left that for you to take care of. I don't want to damage any of your supplies. Well, thank you, Clara. You're the best. Oh, what's this? I don't know what to say. So there's 4 places that we can visit to learn things today. I mean, this is great and all, but it's nowhere near what the first 2 acts were. So I'm not really sure. Why am I at the Gertner's house? Oh, I should ask for help with reading the book. Honestly, that's probably more important than anything. Because I think that this book is more key to the story than they've really let on. I do kind of want to see what the... Oh, we're not allowed to see it? Alright, let's talk to him about it. Only one, I'm afraid. What can I do for you? Came across a book about the history of taping. I was hoping you could help me read it. Far too busy at the moment. Okay. So, not him then. I have concerns over Father Thomas being the one to help me read it. Because I'm not convinced that he is a good guy. You know, I think he might be a bad guy, in fact. I could ask Dr. Souls for help, but I'm not convinced he's a good guy either. Yes. I have a book and I can't read it very well, so I'm wondering if you help me translate it. If you bring it after Christmas, I might be able to help. Bruh. They want me to wait like a whole month and a half for them to help me read this book? I was hoping you could help me today, bro. Okay, we'll ask... I trust Sister Gertrude. We can go ask Sister Gertrude. Not interested in asking Father Thomas unless I really have to. Who the fuck is Martha? Why is she so short in comparison? So they're having a walk around town. Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. What's wrong with his leg? Not so old you can sit around at home telling stories. Listen to your daughter, Carl. You young girls think you're my keeper, is that it? I've always been your keeper, Dad. No arguments from me there. Sounds like you have Martha to thank to your health. That was what Warner and his ghastly tools were for. And leeches. Oh, God, the leeches. Where does he even find them around here? Forest, probably. They're horrible, cold, and wriggly, just like the doctor's fingers. Dad. He's the kind of man I wish Anton would have grown up to be. Anton, my poor boy. It's alright, Dad. I literally have no idea who these people are. Sorry, Carl. It's not your fault. You were just a babe then. I can't. It's my fault that he died. It's not, Dad. You know it's not. He shouldn't have been with me that night. He shouldn't have. I was a fool. I know I was there, but all I remember is the flames. What a fire it was. The whole abbey engulfed. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. And then that godforsaken ledge step between us. I hope he burns in hell. Can't even imagine what that was like. How old were you during the revolt? 7 or so? I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing, and they were screaming outside. Mom and a couple of men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. Where's Anton? Where's Anton? There's blood on the floor. Cried so much he threw up, we couldn't get you to stop. Couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but... I'm so sorry. How did you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I'm still there. The abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was alone with Martha to care for. Oh, are they the people who live here? And Helena was the one that was cheating on him with the miller? I had no idea this is what he looked like. And Anton was like the young boy? May the Lord bless and keep her. As he keeps your mother, Magdalene. I'd keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. I suppose that was all Helena's doing. If I'm any good, it's because of you. Thank you for telling me about that. Time doesn't heal, but it does dull the ache. Alright, enjoy your walk. I'm gonna go talk to Sister Gertrude now. I should talk to Sister Gertrude. She'd be able to tell me. Check out the shrine too. Huh. Hello, Gertrude. Son of Mossfanger. What? The babies. Oh my goodness, they have babies. Oh, the babies are now they're babies. Oh my goodness. You kitty cat. Meow is right. Hello, sister. I have a favor to ask. I have a book. I can't read it very well. Can you help me? Oh, no. She can't help? Okay. There's another thing, if you don't mind. It's about the mural. No, I have more than enough paint. I needed to ask you about the history of Curacao. Include the Abbey's founding and the history of Tasso's saints. I wrote to Reverend Matthew since he lived at the Abbey, but wanted to see the place firsthand. Brother Matthew became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's why you came up the hill. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. Orclairs doesn't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Frezika wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. Well, that makes my job difficult. Let me finish. However, Mother Franzica always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the convent, she may be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life, hmm? Yes, I see. Touring the convent will take some time. Ooh, who are our other options? It was to talk to Gertrude. I got other things to do first. Okay, we can do that. I just want to do the other things first. Like, I don't know what's here that I'm supposed to be doing. But we can talk to Father Thomas, I guess, and go to the mill to talk to, the miller's wife. So let's do that. Let's do that. I'm sure that won't take too long. They named him Andreas. Hello, Bupper. It's a good pupper. Hi. Where's your collar, baby? What'd you do? Sweetheart, where's your collar? Where'd your collar go, sweet boy? Why are you naked? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Hello, Paul. Making good progress. History of the Saints. Good. Tasting is a pilgrimage town after all. Trust you'll take the council's opinions. And yeah, yeah, he's naked boy now, I don't know. He's a good boy. Oh my goodness. He loves a butt scratch. You love a butt scratch, don't you, young man? Oh, he's so good. I'll listen to you, but ultimately the decision on what to paint lies with me. You're a true the craftsman in this endeavor. Or craftswoman, as it were. All I ask is that you keep the Lord in mind. The mural's for tasting, but we have others to appease as well. I'll consider the Lord. Anyway, glad that the mural's coming along well. Forgive my sudden questioning. Been so busy preparing for the next council meeting, I haven't had much time with Anna as usual. Is the council working on something new? Considering yearly maintenance checks on every house, the ideas have quite a bit of pushback than more pushback than we anticipated. Yeah, I'll go with the first one. I understand the hesitance. Folks like to look after their own homes, their own land, but this would help protect those in Tasting who don't have the skill to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes or Grant. In any case, the matter's far from resolved. I imagine spring will come before anything is actually done. Okay. Bye. So Paul named his son Andreas. What are you up to today? He's drawing secrets? I'm good at keeping secrets. Oh, he's drawing the dog. Okay. Very nice. Ulrich. They named him after that as well. Wow. What are you doing? He's watching. Keep up the good work. Okay. What's Anna up to? Keep him busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How's the mural coming? Hi, Marilyn. Making steady progress. I'll be finished just before the new year. I'll have to bring Andreas and Ulrich by sometime to see your progress. Why did they name their 2 children after the people who died in the revolt? That just sounds very strange to me. We won't get in your way. I'm sure they'd love to learn about the process. You're more than welcome, but watch your step. There's plaster everywhere. I miss a new backs to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. I can imagine. I had a similar problem when I helped my mother in the bakery. Sir. What are you doing, sir? Rolling dough in winter was such trouble. Threw out so many bashes that wouldn't rise. Your discipline is admirable. Bull was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I can count. You're so hardworking, it's hard to imagine you making trouble. It's funny to consider, isn't it? I was a thief and a scoundrel. Yikes. A thief and a scoundrel. It started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found around town. Of course, stealing is against the Lord's commandments, so my father would make me return everything if I hadn't eaten already and march to church to pray. Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. Well, what changed? I grew out of the habit over time. I think I started to see why my parents had such a devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. But whenever the trouble started in town, I realized my thieving wasn't doing any good. Not to mention I saw what happened to Martin Bauer. I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother as God commands. Gives me grace with Andreas and Ulrich on the hard days, and with the rest of the town, too. Everyone can learn from your example. Hopefully from my present one rather than my past. I won't keep you. Okay. Alright, bye. So let's... Hi, Georgie. Act 3 is definitely the not the most exciting act so far. Because right now we're just painting a mural, but the murderer is still out and about, and he did just try to kill our dad. So, well, I say just. He tried 2.5 hours ago. Dad suggested I ask your family. said your sister used to tell him about your family history. Uh-huh. Oh. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. Not surprised your father remembers. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. I'm the last of us left now. That doesn't sound like a local name. Why would it be? I'm Bavarian. It is my name, so it's a Bavarian name. No one else in town has a name like that. Shouldn't you be that? I've always been called that, as were my sisters and mothers and her mother before her. My father told me that they have lived in this area for hundreds of years, perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. Were they pagans? Yes. Okay. Grandfather said his grandfather told him that they resettled the town after the Romans left. The same one from like 14 years. At this point, it's been 27 to 30 years. Yeah. Built in their new home, right on the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. How do you know any of it's true? Heard it from my family. Do you think they would lie? I didn't mean that. No, I think you did, but it's alright. However true it may or may not be, it doesn't matter. It matters that I believe that it connects me to my ancestors. When I think of the ancient Skazviels driven from their land only to find it again and become Christians, they feel nearer to me. Do you understand? Yeah, I'll say that. I don't remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrich, I may not know all the words anymore, but that's alright. Just as I may not know exactly how the Caviels resettled in Tasing. Can I... There we go. What matters is that I feel close to her and them, even though they are so far from me now. That's what stories are for, Magda. Okay. Okay, bye, Georgie. Thank you for stopping by. Alright, not gonna lie, that really wasn't very fruitful of a conversation with Elsa. Oh, Marilyn, what's the problem, baby? Why are we crying? Why are we crying? You wanna come up? What? Come on. What's the problem, babes? Why are we crying? Why are we crying? No, please don't show your butt to the camera. Come in. Sir. I require you to sit. There we go. Come on, here. Come here. Come on. So my options are talk to Father Thomas. Great. That's my option. That's my only option. Father Thomas is the only person I can talk to now. I don't know why it says that there's an objective here. I don't know why. I mean, I can go down there and try and find out. But I'll talk to Father Thomas first. Hello. Do you have a moment? What can I help you with? I wanted to ask you about tasting saints so I can represent them. Saints will make a wonderful centerpiece. Yeah. Let's do that. Very well. Alright, so I will listen very closely, and then I will decide whether or not I want to put them in the mural. I know there's one saint you're overlooking. Hmm? The Blessed Virgin, of course, Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint. And she visited one of the peasants here in Tasing centuries ago. She appeared in Tasing, why? She appeared to give a message. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields had 3 visions of Mary. In the first, she told him that she wanted to tell the bishops of Freising that she had appeared. The peasants traveled to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. That's not a short trip. It certainly is not, but the peasant had received a holy vision. What else could one do in the face of divine revelation? When you put it that way. The peasant returned to Tasing and had another vision in the field. The Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw it on a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawing to the bishop of Freising. Okay, I'm gonna keep listening. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image that the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of the 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tasing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story and came here to Tasing. The bishop came here? He did! It's the only time that bishop has ever come to Tasing. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build this church. She told the bishop to support the town. Could they not have built it on their own? I don't know, but certainly the support of the bishop must have made it much easier. And so the bishop helped fund the creation of this church. Oh, that's nice. The people of Tasing have been using it ever since. How did you hear of the story? True, I'm not. The people told me when I came. And the former priest told them when they were children, and so on. The priest and the flock have shared the responsibility of passing on the story over the centuries. Thank you. You're most welcome. Alright. God bless you in your work. Yeah, so about that, I'm not finished, and in fact, I'd like to discuss things more. I found this book, but I can't read Latin very well. Can you help me translate it? I can't afford that much time away from my duties right now. Christmas sermon's coming up, and I've already fallen behind on Advent preparations. Alright. So, no one's able to help me read it right now, which is a shame. That's a crying shame. I think it just wants me to wait a couple weeks, honestly. I don't know what objective here. There's some sort of objective that I'm supposed to see. Is it just to talk to Veronica? She's the only person here I haven't tried to talk to yet. Maybe it's just a glitch. Maybe I'm not supposed to see that there's an objective here. Okay, well, in that case, I need to run all the way back to, go with Sister Gertrude. Also, they don't have to help me read the whole book all at once. Like, I'm not asking them to give away a week of their lives. Like, even a page a day is better than nothing. Alright, let's go with Sister Gertrude here. Hello. Yes. I'd like to introduce Magdalene, the printer's daughter. Father Thomas told us of your father's condition, and we pray for his recovery daily. Oh, thank you. Such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. You know the holy rules where I bring young Mistress Druckerine to me. Forgive me, Mother. She's searching for a place in the world and is contemplating the holy life. Thought of observing the sisters might aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Right, yes. I wonder that you've never come to the Abbey before. If God is calling you to the convent, I am more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the poor Clares? They're devoted to extreme poverty. I mean, doesn't look like it. I mean, Gertrude hasn't changed a bit, bro. She hasn't changed even a little bit. I'm worrying it's all too much for me. Magdalene, you should not abdicate your worldly duties for fear of the unknown. However, I agree that working a printing shop and painting are not suitable duties for a woman. Thank God you have turned to us for help. It's no wonder you have felt overburdened by all this. Please come. I am happy to tell you more about our order. Oh, this is like the first time we've like actually been in here, so that's great. Yes, it used to be part of a double monastery. However, the poor Clares live differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe it's not ours to produce and live solely on the alms of community of tasting as they see fit to give. None of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the church. Believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Does such a life appeal to you? I'm not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around to get a feel for the place. Magdalene, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have any laywomen bothering the sisters from their duties or disturbing our rule. However, I will allow Sister Suzanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come to me and we will discuss your decision to join. Finally, I thought she'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural I'm painting in the Rothlos. I'm saying this. The convent has many parts. Kitchen, the garden, the chapter house, the yard, the old workshop, but no one uses the old shed anymore. I'll leave it up to you to decide where to go first. No, we aren't even trying to figure that out. Margaret's still alive. Hello, Margaret. Oh, hello, Magdalene. You don't normally come to the convent alone. What brings you here? Not that you're not welcome, of course. It's always wonderful to have visitors. I thought I had some spare time. Thought I'd say hello. It's good to hear your voice, though. I enjoy when outsiders visit the convent. Do you miss the outside world much? Sometimes. I miss the other Benedictine sisters especially. She'd never admit it, but Sister Lisbeth had the most wonderful voice. I always stood next to her if I could. Why stay then? Why didn't you leave the Benedictines when they left Curso? Truth be told, I was too frightened to leave. Curso is my home. I didn't like the idea of becoming accustomed to a new place. Learning the convent's ins and outs was hard enough. I never went outside the convent much anyway. I know where everything is here, even if it's changed over the years. Sister Gertrude has already planned to stay too. The garden always needs tending, and 2 hands make light work. Besides, I can't leave Mossfanger behind. Yes, Mossfinger is the best. Has it changed very much since the poor Clares arrived? The food is simpler, and some of the prayers are different, but all the chores and gardening is the same. Gertrude misses making ink for the scriptorium, but I've enjoyed learning the sisters' new customs. Speaking of which, I should probably return to my chores. Okay. This is the kitchen. There's not anything that interesting here. Are you delivering something? I'll lie. Praise be to God, you brought so much joy to me this day, child. You haven't actually joined yet, sister. Do you have a strong stomach? Perhaps you could help me in the kitchen. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us. Can never bring myself to butcher the animals. She's graciously taken on that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong, according to the rule of St. Francis. To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessary and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Though some nights a ghost appears to me by the cook fire, a lost spirit trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Marie, not this again. Not to Magdalene, please. What makes you think you saw a spirit, sister? The figure rose up through the very ground we stand on it. At vigils, not a fortnight ago. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are weakest. Ooh, secret passage, maybe. Newest arrivals here, but the convent is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath this foundation centuries before. Spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. Why would it come to the convent, though? Breaks my heart to... Secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret, 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 secret tunnel. Yeah. Breaks my heart to think the spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Okay. Okay, let's move on then. Hello, Yasmin. No, it's perfect. It's one of the only times where you can use that and it makes sense. How goes the cooking? As well as the Lord wills it. My old fingers fumble from time to time, but it is my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. That's very noble of you. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so too did he give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. Such things are a blessing when compared to the pains Christ carried upon the cross. But didn't Christ die so that we don't have to suffer unnecessarily? In the next life, yes, but even Christ said we would face hardships while we lived on this earth. I have chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. Thank you for sharing your perspective. You're most welcome. Okay. Okay. I don't know what this is. Most of the Abbey's visitors come in here but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either, like Mother Franziska said. Isolation is part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out in town sometimes and even talk to men on occasion. I'm stuck here, staring at these walls for the rest of my life. It doesn't seem like she thinks much of her life in here. I can't blame her. Even so, she doesn't seem to have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. Even I've had days where when I never wanted to... Yeah, so... Yeah, I don't know. Are you unhappy here? I don't know. My father promised me to the church as a baby. Some oath he swore when my mother struggled in her pregnancy. So there I was, dropped on the poor Clares the summer I turned 17. Nobody asked what you wanted? Why should they? The poor Clares rely on the offerings of others, even their children, to subsist. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers or the hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage that. Yeah, I have more autonomy to go where I want, but I'm still bound by the expectations of marriage and homemaking. Ah, I remember the days of running around town. Wish I could have gotten married. I wanted to be a mother. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Margaret. Why? At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were 20. If you could do something else, what would it be? I would have liked to go to one of the big cities at least once. I would have been happy just to be a shopkeeper's wife. Thanks for listening. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. Alright. This is the chapel where we all gather for mass and liturgy. It's the oldest part of the convent. And the most drafty. Hello again, Sister Gertrude. Sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it has represented the abbey from its earliest days. There's the tower and the library. The cloister is still being constructed here. The tower was bird-freed long before the structure became a monastery. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. The walls have protected Tasing from attacks of spirit and steel for generations. There's Latin here, too. God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Curceau's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick. Only the tower remained. Well done, Magdalene. Yes, the first lists the abbey's founding date. The Lady Curceau was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminata thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred should remain. Curceau is unique, a double monastery with 2 saints, one male and one female, to guard the town and the abbey. So the foundation of the abbey was older than the Holy Roman Empire? Many things have been built and torn down on this land over generations. Who knows what else used to be here? You're right, sister. This mural will be a great reference for the Matthias. One I'm glad to have helped. God bless you. Okay, thanks. Thanks. We've been praying since Father Thomas informed us of your father's attack. You were incredibly courageous to run to the doctor so quickly, especially when the attack could have been about. It's thanks to you. I wouldn't have realized he was so badly hurt. Glad she came in useful, although I wish it were not in such dire circumstances. I lit an extra votive candle in St. Satius' shrine for each of you this morning. I don't know what to do. Oh, Magdalene. I wish I had better words to share with you, child. All we can do is follow Dr. Stoll's expertise and trust in the Lord. I'll see if I have any psyllium left in the convent. If you blend it with broth or warm wine, it will heat his brain and prevent infection. I'm grateful for all the help everyone's provided. The church is the body of Christ. We are all one community and want to help Claus before his time. God will turn this for good no matter what things look like now. He sees beyond time itself, but we are constricted by the present. I have been around long enough to see his fruits even when I thought the devil had burned the fields. Keep faith. Your worm tray. Thanks. We also need to stop by Agnes to pick up whatever the frick she had for us. It's colder today. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything that was here has long been covered in weeds. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the convent was built on the monastery. Oh, Sister Benedicta. This ice is hard. Do I recognize you? I think I've seen you in town once or twice. You have seen her. She's the youngest of the sisters. She allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up in the convent anyway? I'm considering joining. That would be nice to have a new face around here. Don't let me keep you. Actually, I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you like being in them? Yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home, and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help the older sisters, and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. One more question. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Ghosts? No, everything's been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. Is this about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius myself. Oh no. Who? Mauritius. Don't tell Mother Franziska this, but I think I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tasing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. Huh. Christian refugees? The book said they were fleeing Roman persecution. Maybe under Nero? I don't remember. Anyway, when Sister Marie said that she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Mauritius trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, now could he? What did you do with this book, sister? Oh, well, had it with me in the kitchen one day and I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. It must be completely destroyed. I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalene. It's better that someone read it before it was lost forever. Okay. Thank you for telling me. I won't tell the mother. God bless you. Alright. Cough. The workshop is covered in dust. This is the Benedictine sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and art for pilgrims coming to see the hand of St. Moritz. Looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. You can't subsist on painting, and the poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. But art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. I agree, but that's not the rule of the poor Clares. Mother Franziska considers art a temptation into hedonism. She doesn't let us come in here unless we put something in storage. I've come in a few times and noticed some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. You think one of the sisters is secretly painting? Oh, Lord, no. We all live too close together in the convent for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the convent, even if that's not what you were doing here anyway. Gertrude talks about you and you seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Old parchment scrap. Huh. From the book! From the book. It's from the book that we wanted to ask Adok about. Have written that in the margins of a manuscript, and where's the rest of the book? I thought all the books had burned in the library during the old revolt. Wherever the book ended up, it's not here. Huh. You've seen the entire convent? There's not much here. What do you think of it? The first one, I can understand. I can understand it, but it's not for me. That's true. We aren't bound by the worries and thoughts of the world. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. I see, Sticks. I think you should go. You never chose this life. You deserve to have the life you truly want. Hmm. I think you're right. My family's devotion doesn't have to be mine. Maybe I can find a way out in time. I'll help however I can. I'm sure we have some spare provisions at home. That would be so wonderful so long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Friend Ziska before she suspects something. Thank you. I learned a lot. Thank you for showing me around. No, thank you, Magdalene. Today's been more interesting than I can remember in the Abbey. Let's find Mother Franziska. She will be wanting to hear about your thoughts of the place. Well, Magdalene, what is your assessment of the poor players? Is it the good Lord calling you to a life with us as a sister? I'm compelled by the devoted life the sisters lead, but I'm afraid I must tend to my father first. Of course, I understand caring for your father is in itself a noble path. However, if your heart leads you back up the hill, the doors to the convent are always open to you. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. You're most welcome. Okay. How did your little expedition go? Huh. I learned a lot from seeing the Abbey. Um, there's something I don't understand. The Abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great...
Sneaky, sneaky.
Hi, Waves. Thank you for the lurk. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tasing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in Tasing and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Curacao was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire was simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I haven't dared forage in the rubble. I doubt you find anything of help for your mural inside other than charred wood and parchment. It might still be worth taking a look if I'm careful. I worry about you sometimes, I really do. Thank you for all your help. Okay, so we've done everything that we really need to do. Hmm. That was, I don't know, I did learn more about the founding of Curacao. That illustration from the manuscript, it was like the one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the Abbey or Tasing? Of Tasing? It must be written down somewhere. If only the library hadn't burned down with everything in it. Ruins are right there. Maybe not everything was destroyed. Nathan, do you think it's time to close all the windows? Oh, damn. Wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed. I'll have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Oh shit. Oops. Well, we're not getting back that way. If I climb it, it might collapse further. Have to find another way out. There's nothing left of the old staircase. I guess I can't go this way. These vines go all the way up to the top. They look sturdy enough to hold my weight. No other way out. What's the matter, Pepper? I can see all of tasting from here. Wonder if I can piece together the foundations of the Abbey and find a way to get to the library. Bet I could get down this way, though the roof looks pretty stable. Wait a minute. Someone's running in. A ghost is running, or is using the way into the convent through the aqueduct at night to steal paints? Oh god. I remember when the library burned down. Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember the flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running, I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. Doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it was too much to hope for. Alright, so how are we gonna get out of here? Huh. Could it be the same ghost that we saw on the aqueduct in the first act? This music is very beautiful. There's keycaps. Perhaps I should ask Wallslaw what he remembers during his time here. Pet the keycat. Keycat. Chapter house. This door's stuck. I can't get through this way. Old mural, it's worn, but I can still see some of the figures. A dance of death? These figures look new. The paint can't be more than a few years old. Wait a minute. This looks different than the last time I saw it. She's right. The ones in the back are old, but the ones in the front are new. Someone's been adding to this? This feels wrong. Who would add new figures to the Dance of Death and why? These people... These look like people from the town from here. People who died? What the hell? That must be the Baron. And that's Otto. Wait, is that... Andreas? Someone's here? Hello? Who are you? What the fuck? What the heck? So, is this one supposed to be Rothvogel? Then who died by a tree? Or maybe this is the Baron? I don't know. I can't interpret this. The door? Whoever was watching me must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything left at the Abbey. I want to get out of here. I agree. When did it start snowing? I should get back to Rothos and get to work. Let's stop at, I'll stop by Agnes's first. And maybe pick up something for ye old dad. No, she's got nothing. Well, okay. Well, I guess in that case, I should probably get back to working on the mural. So there's a secret person that likes to hang out in the ruins of the thing and paint shit? Makes me nervous. Hello, Doctor. See, you're progressing on the town mural. You've made rapid progress. I'm trying to finish it in time for Dad, you understand? Doing the best I can to give him as much time as I can. The rest is in God's hands. Thank you, it's appreciated. Of course. Now then, the council has asked to hear about your progress. Been researching the early Christian history of Tasing after the Romans left. Learning about how people settled in the ruins, how the Abbey was founded, why our saints are so important to us. It's a lot to take in, but I've settled on my subject. And what have you chosen? I'll paint the Bavarians settling among... Yeah, this. Might rub some people in town the wrong way. The saints are a core part of Tasting's history, after all. But be careful on how you choose to paint such a piece. Our Lord is a staunch Catholic. One could interpret the absence of saints as, well, Lutheran. It's Lutheran to portray the founding of the Benedictine Abbey? That doesn't make any sense. I'm simply presenting a possible interpretation. It may reflect poorly on tasting. Remember, these murals are for all of us. I remember. I don't give a shit what anyone thinks. I'm gonna paint what I want to paint. After this section, there's still so much to do. I haven't even figured out how I'm gonna portray the revolt. Yes. I imagine it poses difficulties that the other murals do not. It's a strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They all just locked it away. Sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it. Dr. Stoles? Have you seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Or heard about it? I haven't been up in the Abbey for years, and no, I haven't heard of anything like that. Why? I've seen someone following me a few times. I'm sorry to hear that. Didn't you run into that odious woodsman, Holler Brant, not long ago? Who? It wasn't a pleasant experience. If you have concerns, you should ask one of the boys to escort you when you're out. There's no need to risk your safety. Who's Holler Brant? Now I only have the final part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the revolt? Dad always talked about the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days, but what was his name? The only name I can remember in tasting... The only name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to tasting when the Baron was killed. Jacob Essler. Maybe he wrote an account of the revolts as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. Of course, I need to write back to Esther, too. I'll write them tonight before bed. You'll clean that up later? Father? Hello? He has nothing to say. I expect that things will happen soon. You know? Wait, what's this? Okay, I'll write letters, but what about this? What's this? Shit. Name is Magdalene. I believe you passed through a community when you investigated Barrymore Vogel's murder. Do you remember anything about the case that the people of Tasing might not remember? Do you have any reason to doubt the conclusion of this case? I mean, no disrespect. I only ask in case it might help us understand our recent past. Thank you for any help you can give. Esther. Hope you are well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simon. And Alicia too, of course, and your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family's doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have unfolded tasting. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized my workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have to worry about that in Prague? You said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in winter. Dad is doing poorly, but at least he's comfortable. He's sleeping more, but Dr. Stoll says that's a consequence of the colder weather. I do what I can for him, this winter's been hard. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much she and him can do. He's not gonna make it, and there's nothing I can do. I'm scared. The mural's progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone's following me. I keep seeing this figure around town as I explored the mines to the Tasting's early history, and then again in the Abbey ruins. No one else in Tasting has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. It's the strangest thing, giving me a fright a few times already. But I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share is at the moment is that the mural's almost finished. I should have it completed Christmas something. Then perhaps at long last I should be able to visit you and meet this Simon. Anyways, I fear this will be my last letter of the year. The Reichspost has already been late and reported worsening snows through the passes. We seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm and give my regards to your family and Simon. Yours always, Magda. Hey, I didn't get to read the note that was on the bed. Oh, perfect. How'd this get here? Stop. is just like the note Dad found. Who's doing this? I have a feeling I'm gonna find out sooner or later. I need to ask Dad about this. It can't be a coincidence. He's been so weak, I don't want to upset him. I just need to wait for the right time. I hope there's a right time. The time is now. So this person doesn't want the mural finished. Really couldn't say why. Again, it's been like 2 weeks. Only one letter for you today. So is 9 possible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse and me. Okay. A reply. Perfect. Mistress. I do recall the Rothvogel case, though it has been over a decade since I have served as an archdeacon. I'm no longer associated with the office of the Prince Bishop. In fact, I'm no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. I take no offense at your question regarding potential doubts in the case of the Baron's murder. To stand in judgment of others for so many years naturally invites doubt. As with our faith, we must learn to live with those doubts and persevere in spite of them. Persevere! Even so, it seems that the more relevant question after so many years is if the architect of the murder is still at large. I recall that the artist who testified, Andreas Mailer, believes someone was manipulating the would-be killers. If this is the case, a serpent has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. What causes the serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding the answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you are determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If the serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke it to old resting places. I hope this has been of some help to you. Oh. No reply from Esther this time. Must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. Postman said I won't receive any more letters until spring. Okay. God, how many more? Why? Why did 2 more weeks pass again? Are we waiting till Christmas or what? Good morning, Dad. I'm finally caught up with the mural, and today now I can start the final part today. Promise I'll get it done. Yikes. Sorry, Dr. Soul says you can't come to the festivities tonight. I know how much you loved the whatever the fuck that is. It's always next year. Right. How are you feeling? Dr. Soul said he'd come by. Fine. Do you need anything? No, go on. I'm alright. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve after all. Alright. What's wrong? Dad, I found a note back in November. A note? What do you mean? It was like a note I found in your plans for the murals. Just a scrap of parchment. It looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink. It just said stop. Do you know where they came from or who wrote them? Magdalene, oh god, that must be Oates. He said he'd drop by with more firewood. If you know something, I'd like you to tell me, alright? I know I will. Can we talk about it later? Dad. I'll tell you, I promise. We're never gonna learn. He's gonna die tonight. He's gonna die on Christmas Eve. No! morning. Cold out, isn't it? Freezing. Makes me envy Nico, able to stay inside all day. Even Enders has his forge to keep him warm. Anyway, here, I brought some firewood for you and your dad. Thank you. You're welcome. So, how's your dad? You think he can join everyone for Christmas Mass? I think he'll stay in bed tonight. I'll do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural, though. I'm working on the final section. About the Peasants' Revolt, right? Feels weird to talk about it. It affected tasting so much, but we were just kids. Can't remember what happened since I was just a baby. I never even knew my dad. That's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who were already adults that night, but I don't want to touch raw nerves. What if you spoke to people while everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities? Clara sometimes talked about that night, Mom too. You might be able to ask them. Those two are the only two Benedictines left living. Maybe they'll talk to me. I didn't think of that. Still the murals for tasting at the old abbey. Agnes has always been a tasting, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. I wonder if she'd talk about it. It's your project. Might be worth a try. I wrote to the old archdeacon about it too. He thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the revolt. The who? The man who came to tasting for the Baron Rothvogel murder. What about him? He was the judge for the Baron's murder. What if they're all connected? I don't see how that old Baron has anything to do with the revolt. Are you feeling alright? I think you're looking for connections that aren't there. Maybe it's mirror politics getting to you. Someone's following me. You're acting weird. I'll figure it out somehow. Thanks for the wood. Ugh. He's right. I should start talking to people around town. Better get started if I want to talk to everyone before the... So, Agnes, Clara... and the golden hand. Okay. So there's only 3 places to go this time. I suspect that the one that's going to take the longest is probably the golden hand, so we'll go to the other places first. Although I need to get a blanket, because I'm actually very cold at the moment, so I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab a blanket to warm. Make warm. 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 Make me cold. I'm cold. Real quick, I should probably check and see. If I have any. Okay. Doesn't seem like any new pressing notifications I need to deal with. Okay. So, if I had to guess, you know what? I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even gonna try to figure out what the hell is gonna happen. Let's go to Clara first. Then we'll loop around to the midwife and then the hand. Huh. Ursula, you're a grown girl now. Clara, can we talk? I would have thought you'd be working on the mural today. What brings you here? I would like to sit with you and ask you how you remember the rebellion so that I can paint it, if that's alright. That was a sad time. If it will help you memorialize those we lost in the revolt, yes, I'll answer a few questions. I don't mind, I was a little older than you, so I probably remember more. Of course, Magdalene, we'll tell you all you want to know. I've been looking forward to seeing the mural for some months. Alright. Now that you're all settled, what did you want to know? Did the revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tasing? Oh, the murder of the Baron, you mean? No, not really. I only remember that Andreas attempted to be a peacekeeper in both situations. I suppose that's when things started going poorly. Poor Agnes. Lucky was a strong... Mar? Oh man. She's still heartbroken over the matter. It was really only after the Baron's murder the abbot became so severe. I'll bet he blames the Baron's murder on Tasing, and Abby's failures too. I don't know about any of that, but his taxes and restrictions and his attitude toward us became harsher after that. It's all we could do to live by them, but it eventually became too much. Even with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I keep hearing conflicting stories about how it began. I know things were bad for the peasants, but was it worth all the loss? You wouldn't remember it, Magdalene, but the abbot forced us to starvation. We would have died either way. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent, but the Lord had other plans. I remember how sick and hungry I was all the time. Grandpa kept saying it hadn't always been like that. All was fine until Martin killed Otto in revenge over some petty dispute. Well, my husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When the soldier arrived and threatened us, all the townfolk pulled away, except for you and Ulrich. Gret. So is Gret... I don't know. I think Gret was Ulrich's wife. No, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated. I begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Oh, okay. Could it have succeeded if the townsfolk didn't pull away? I still think so. Most of the other townfolk see the revolt's failure as proof it was doomed from the start. Truly, if the entire town banded together, we likely could have succeeded without violence at all. By then, we were so starved and wanted justice so much, Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace. Then that fucking Miller protected that bastard. He always hated us, thought he was better than us. Ursula, language. But Mom, it's true. Lenhart even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. It was unprovoked? Yes, Lenhart always did hate the rest of the townsfolk, and he would take advantage of anyone he could. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the Miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We'd lost too much. The burning of the abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. Our men fought to protect us, to protect Tasing, and many died in that fight. But we got rid of the abbot and all the monks at least. Yes, and that is some comfort, if only a little. Are there any heroes in Tasing I should memorialize? Dad, definitely. Peter always wanted the best for Tasing, even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the abbey. I hope you can portray him in the best light, Magdalene. I'd rather not talk about that night anymore. I hope we provided enough insight for your work. Yes, thanks. Yeah, the mural will be beautiful, don't worry about it. Maybe if we had convinced Claus to go through with it, maybe it would have been different, I don't know. Well, now why did that take so long? Hi, friends. I didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? He's not well, honestly. He'll be in our prayers tonight. Now then, is there something we can help you with? I have a small favor to ask. Go on then, spit it out. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like you to tell me all you can recount about the revolt. I'm nearly done with the mural, but I need more details. I was so young I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for that project of yours in the roughs. I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but alright. Come sit down. Don't worry about helping with the wreaths. It took me years to get the technique up to my mom's expectations, so you're better off not helping. You always did fine, Brigida. So, what do you need to know? I was hoping to ask you more about the revolt. All I can remember was the flames when the abbey burned. What part of the revolt? The abbot starving us out of house and home? Otto's murder? Doubt that would be good painting. The abbot at Curso wasn't on good terms with Tasing. Everyone but that fucking Miller hated him, with good reason. He only ever cared for how many things he could get from us. Brigida, don't forget to twist the ends in. Can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting there, Mom. I've looked after craft on my own for this long. I think I can manage this. Yes, well, with both of our husbands gone, we have to look out for each other. Let an old woman have her worries, after what that bastard did. You know what? I guess I fucked up pretty badly, huh? Because I killed off all the men in this family. Lucky's death was my fault, which was Agnes's husband, and the Martin imposter was her husband. Sorry. Let an old woman have her worries. Dad said that none of that was his fault. Not his fault. Not only did he intervene into Tasting's affair once, but to stick his nose in a gammon and blame your husband. Mom, stop it. It's alright, Brigida, I want to hear everything. Thought I'd come to terms with Lucky being falsely killed, but oh, the bastard artist wasn't done. Then he went and got Martin killed after he'd reformed and all. Otto had coerced Martin into supporting the revolt, too. Then Andreas claimed he was an imposter of Martin. Oh, God, forgive me, but he deserved to burn in that fire. Mom, stop. That was nearly 20 years ago. And some of it came to good, right? After the Abbey took Ottilia's house away, she stayed with you. Yes, that's true. God provided a place for her to live in Tasing. The Lord seeks justice done in all things. He knows my Lucky's heart. Did the revolt accomplish anything? The entire matter was a horrible, bloody mess, but it did restore peace in Tasing by force. A shame it had to happen at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Old Wojlaw would be the only one to know what happened inside the old church now before the fire. Some like to say things were always this bad, that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child, not in my grandparents' time either. Surely the abbot was pinching the townsfolk and the peasants were suffering, but go against the church? But like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. It didn't totally fail, did it? The abbot and monks have left. The abbey may be gone, but Tasing has only traded one lord for another. Peasants were so angry over the abbot's perceived injustices they thought they could make it right even with more injustice. Then the abbey caught fire and everyone ran, but then the soldiers had arrived to stop them all. That soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So nothing got better at all? No, not as I see it. The Lord is just as severe as the abbot was and threatens force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something and nothing changes. The dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're stuck with the harsh reality. It's all you know, Magdalene. You've grown used to it. We all have. Thank you for sharing your story. It's important to share our suffer with the younger generations. Maybe they can change something. Good luck on the mural. Okay. Okay, so this is what, 4 p.m. now? So I want to talk to Wolf but oh, Hannah's still alive? Okay, so that wasn't what I thought it was. Okay, I don't even know anymore. Hello. I have an odd question for you. When I was exploring the Abbey for the mural background, I stumbled upon some stray cats. Were there a lot of cats during your time? Yes, as a matter of fact, there were. There were always cats around the Abbey, but one summer they started begging for food. Persistent little creatures. Brother Lucas swears he never fed them, but I have my doubts. Well, they seem to have made the Abbey their home now. Good for them, at least someone's making use of that old structure. Thank you for telling me. Okay. Learn the mystery of the cat. Okay. Hello, Magdalene. Hans. Did you need something? Just wanted to see what you were doing. I was just about to leave. I have to go meet Big Jorg. How come? Stuff in the forest needs doing. What are you two planning? Nothing. Just carrying logs. Why would you do that? We lift big logs to see who's stronger. It's a contest. Does anyone else participate in this contest? Not usually. There aren't many others in Tasing strong enough other than Big Jorg. Simon's big like Sepp was, but he's not interested. He's always busy taking care of the farm. Maybe Apollo can join us one day. He's been getting stout the last few years. Who's winning? Jorg, but barely. I've been gaining on him. He's growing older and softer with his council work. Is this a thing that men just do from time to time? Me and Jorg, sure. I don't know about anyone else. You're welcome to join us. You happen to have some small logs that would suit me? Plenty of trees in the forest. We'll find you what you need. Maybe put some meat on those bones. Maybe I'll drop by someday. Jorg will get a kick out of that. You really mean it, right? Absolutely. Okay, great. Alright, bye. So who the hell am I supposed to be talking to here? Just everybody? Or what? How's the weather? We've been prepping for the feast in here all day. Colder than usual. Glad to be indoors. It's been colder than I remember it being for decades. At least we're in here where we can keep our fingers warm. Better keep your fingers out of my dough. I didn't do anything. You've snuck your little fingers into my cookie dough 3 times today. Do it again and I'll wrap your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. You need enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You can't be eating it all. What'd you come in for? I was hoping you could tell me what you remember the revolt. I was too young to remember much of it. No one ever seems to talk about it. Mistress Matilda and Master Walshlav, you two are the only ones left who used to live in the Abbey. The only ones who stayed, anyway. Matilda and I have been friendly enough with the people in town. We put it behind us in time. You can imagine the other brothers had little reason to remain. Only old Adolf made it out. I think Father Granat paid him to go back to an abbey in Cornwall. Marinck joined the Dominicans and became an inquisitor. I've seen him around these parts over the years. Time has turned him friendly enough, considering his vocation. I'm not sure what happened to the others. All gone in any case. But the whole thing is a sensitive subject. Why are you asking? I want to portray the events truthfully in the mural, so I'm trying to hear everyone's accounts of events. For the sake of seeing it portrayed right, I'll tell you what I remember. Come cook cookies? That way we don't fall behind while we chat. Okay. Yeah, sure. Cut the cookies from the dough and set them aside. We'll need a good number in a variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. We have enough for the whole town. Press. Cut. Press. Cut. 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 It could maybe fit one more. No. Cut. 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 Is this good enough? Press cut. Cut. Is that good enough? Do I need to make it work? I just can't seem to cut anymore. Escape to close? Are you done? These look wonderful? Okay, good. You can make more, but it looks like we have enough. That's good. Better keep going if we're gonna have everything ready by the procession. What can we tell you? I heard the Lands Connects came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the Abbey alone. Could things have really been talked out, or was it too late by then? There were some people who wanted to talk. Master Mailer worked hard to keep the peace, but after Otto was killed... Andreas, a shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. Agnes hates him for what he called meddling. No doubt she blames him for Lucky's execution. A shame that she's held on to anger and resentment for so long. She'll die with that anger at this rate. Andreas did a lot of good for Tasting and Kierso too, even if the old abbot failed to admit it. I still grieve that he died in the Abbey fire. I know your father does too. Was the result in general justified? Yeah, I think so. We couldn't even collect in the forest without a fee. Dad kept saying we couldn't live with higher and higher taxes. The night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought the abbot killed them in revenge. Turns out it was the Jobst fellow. He was impersonating Martin. Had no idea until Andreas told us that night. Still, after Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill with both bastards inside. The abbot promised to help if Andreas found the person who killed Otto. All we wanted was to talk. Yeah. Didn't you say that you just burned down the mill? Yes, but only to protect ourselves. Lenhart and Jobst were both murderers. It's too much for Peter. Lenhart was one thing. He just killed Ulrich, but to burn down the abbey. But when the Landsknechts saw the flyer, they thought they had another revolt on their hands. Even Father Gnat couldn't stop them. We all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could, but Peter was wrong to burn down the abbey, but what the soldiers did, that was awful. Dad died protecting me, stabbed in the chest. I don't even remember what he was wearing, but I remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky. Ew. Dad socked on one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there, and... Can we stop talking about this? I didn't mean to upset anyone. It's hard to discuss sometimes. We'll see you at the procession. Alright. Alright, so was that everything that we could have done? I think it was. So I guess we just gotta go to the town commons then. What the hell's going on with old Peter? Shut your mouth, boy. We've done this festival every year. You won't die standing here for 5 minutes. I was worried you would miss the procession. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Costumes are just too wonderful to miss, aren't they? I remember the mask scared me when I was little. It's starting. Artemis looks so lovely. I'd love to be the bright saint one year leading off the demons into the woods. That's the only type of boys that'll follow you, Artemis. Haha. Oh, stop that. Sorry, Mom. Christina, see the perch den? So scary. I don't like it. Andreas, you're alright. They're only costumes. Big masks that our neighbors are wearing, remember? It's so cold. Do you want to be on the... Would you want to be the bright saint or one of the perch den? They're so spooky. I think the mask would get stuffy, but it would be fun to take any part. You'll get your chance, don't worry. Casing's done this as long as I can remember. Everyone in town's been part of the procession before. Except for the young ones yet. Hair on my neck is standing up again. Are they giving you the shivers too? That's why we're driving them away, you know? It's beautiful as ever. It's goddamn long as ever. Well, at least we're going to eat after this. Hey, Mags. Magda, whatever. Mags. You made it. I was worried for a minute you'd skip out on the fun. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. We made a special batch of beer. I heard you made some cookies, too. Look like they're gonna play something. I hope they play that. That one's my favorite. Which one's that? Oh, so we sing it every year. We sing all of them every year. I can't keep them straight. Ahem! Hey! Everyone listen up. Jorg would like to speak. Yes, thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the town council, I wanted to thank everyone for coming. Listen intently. This year has been tough on all of us. We've had more snowfall than anyone can remember, and the early frost gave us a small harvest. Folk haven't come through the pass as often. Nico, you've been short of customers, and we've all missed the trade. Alexander and Kaz, you've been kept from your journey. As the snow has kept you from returning home. All I know is we felt the lack of Claus in town as he's been bedridden these past few months. And yet the Lord has blessed us in each other, cheerful guests and good company. Cheers! Amen. Amen. Alright, Jess, I think you need to go to sleep after this. Even though the season has been rough, God knows we still have a lot to celebrate this Christmas. Enders, you've made tools we couldn't have gone without. It's practice in my trade. Dr. Souls, you kept us all in good humors. Proof of my experience, Jorg, in such cruel weather. I thought this was from the town's council, not to it. Keep listening. Magdalene, you've painted the mural for us. I only wish that my father were here to celebrate how close it is to completion. As do we all. Alexander and Kaz, you've spread good cheer in the early winter nights. Our pleasure, truly. And especially tonight, I think we should thank Balthus for making such a wonderful beer for us all to enjoy. Yay! We're gonna go home and our dad's gonna be dead, and I'm very upset about it because he said he would tell us something, but you know how that works. You know how that works when someone says, I'll tell you about it later, I promise, and then they die before they're able to tell you. It's Oh, well, grazie, grazie. And thanks to our Lord who has graciously provided for this feast. Yeah. Thanks to the man's deep pockets. Yeah, just like Game of Thrones? Yep. She'll play later in the evening, so please come with us songs if you want to mind. Very nice. That's it. I'd like to bless this great feast our Lord has provided for us. Of course, Father. Today we've come together to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Just as our Lord has provided for us with this meal, so too did Christ provide us with the bread of life. So please join with me in prayer. Bless us, O Lord, in these souvenirs. Please, everyone, I know ball took me to fine beer, but remember that temperance is a virtue. Celebrate the Christ child as though his manger were here with us. Squint quizzically. Merry Christmas! Riley, let's eat. Okay. And Thomas leaves. Can't help but notice Thomas left a little early there. I don't want to say hello to everyone. In fact, I want to go home and check on my dad. Shit. I can't. I don't want to be friendly with anybody. Oh, no. Yes, because they're having fun. Yes, very nice. Particular song between the two of us. We know the Christmas songs between here and Spain. Yeah, whatever. That one. Martin Luther? Are you sure we ought to? You're right. I'll pick something else. Be welcome to us? Okay. Alright, there we go. Everyone, a special song with all of you. Please enjoy.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio, und leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in gremio, Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O. O Jesu Parvule, nach dir ist mir so weh, tröst mir mein Gemüte, o puer optime, durch alle deine Güte.
This is a long song.
Princeps gloriae,
Dad'll be dead by now, but at least we know Father Thomas did it.
trae me post te.
Bravo, cheers, well done. Play another. Okay. Please return to your drinks, we'll be playing all night. Happy Christmas! It's Christmas! Merry Crisis! Merry Chrysler. Alright, it's Anna and Paul. Hello. Merry Christmas to both of you. Let's say hello. Hello. Andreas, don't be shy. You know her. She's still a bit quiet. There's a lot of commotion going on here tonight. I think Andreas is a little overwhelmed. It used to scare me when I was little too. Really? I hid behind my dad's legs for a long time. I couldn't even look at them. It's alright to be scared. I learned that long ago. I still don't like them. I like them fuzzy heads. You can look at them as later. How did you like George's speech? I hate this answer, but yeah, sure, it's a good reminder of everything we still have. Paul putting him up to it at the last moment, it was well done. Warner insisted someone on the council make a speech. I didn't particularly want it to be me, but Jorg did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially with a few drinks in. Truthfully, I didn't think much of the town. I think much of the town needed some encouragement tonight. Tasting has had such a hard season since the revolt. You know, sorry, it's Christmas. We shouldn't speak of such sad times. I don't think anyone could avoid thinking about it. You may be right, the revolt left a scar running through Tasting even after all these years. Although, there is an old Latin proverb my dad used to say to me. Whatever the fuck that means. Fire is the test of gold, misery is the proof of strong men. Yes, precisely. There's no question the revolt left Tasting worse off, but seeing the town now gives me hope. You're an artist, I think you can see it too. Yeah, I guess things seem brighter. Miserable days gave us resilience we needed to push ahead to make things better. Next generation like you or Jutta and the twins, you saw what it was like to fight for ourselves. To stand up to tyranny even at the cost of losing our homes and lives. To be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. Really? You wouldn't remember, but life was already terrible before that night. Revolt burned away the dead wood that had been rotting and tasting for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. The revolt gave me the courage to face him, to become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the Abbey was destroyed. If things had gone on as they always did, I doubt we'd be having such a Christmas feast tonight. The cost was high, but it resulted in just as much joy as grief. I haven't thought about it that way. Because of the revolt, I could marry Paul, and we could supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children would grow up without fear that ruled over my life as I got older. No moment in life is entirely good or bad. What matters more is how we choose to see it. It's a wonderful way to look at it. Something I learned from Father Thomas's sermons. I took it to heart when my father died. Don't forget to take some time for tonight to have fun, alright? Want another cookie? Don't yell. Seems we have cookies to fetch. Alright, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. I do not want to talk to all these people. There's so many people to talk to. There's like 6 more people to talk. Oh my god. Ah, yes, very good. How is everyone enjoying the feast? What a stirring speech, that big Jorg. His wonderful voice is just perfect for speeches. I don't think he likes giving speeches. A shame. We were just discussing the history of Christmas. It's most intriguing. I'm eager to learn. Most sacred season without Jesus, how could we be brought out of sin? Jesus is the Son of Righteousness. A symbol for the dawn of a new era. Ah, Romans also celebrated a sun god, Sol Invictus, right around this very time of year. Emperor Aurelian even founded an imperial cult on which Sol played a prominent role in their Mithric mysteries. What is that? Jesus is not some sort of pagan sun god. As St. Augustine said, is the most fitting time to celebrate the nativity of Christ. He who bent low and lifted us up chose the shortest day, yet the one whence light begins to increase. There are compelling similarities between these acts and rituals of celebration. Food for thought, yes. Ridiculous. I find the practical matters of it most enlightening. Christmas is the last feast before the cold of a deep winter. Our lives are so dependent on the progress of seasons. Cattle are slaughtered to lower the cost of feeding them. We indulge in their sacrificial meat before the months of starvation. And so they keep us alive. Just so. We remember the Romans' roots of Christmas. Winter solstice. Many of the traditions and rituals were borrowed from the Romans. Rome may have had the first celebration, but Arian heresy soon thereafter was a severe misstep. How so? Went against whatever that says. Whatever. This Jesus was different than the Son of God. Fortunate Emperor Constantine would have had to agree this error. We are fortunate Charlemagne was crowned on Christmas Day, else his popularity may not have recovered. You are ever grim, lighten your mind. I'd rather enjoy the gift bringer. Most joyous idea. Generosity helps strengthen the bonds of the community. Yes, you are right. Ultimately, however true the various elements of Christmas, it is good because it unites the community. This is why we are here, to feast and to be merry, and to partake in the most splendid beer that has been brewed. Salutations to you, my friend Baltus. Indeed, it is truly excellent. Most palpable. You're all too kind, there's plenty to improve. Then I will help you hone the formula. You intend to stay in tasting even after the snow has melted? I'm in no rush, the bank can survive for a moment without me. But my friend Baltus here, maybe less so. I've done very well so far, thank you. It's a season of giving, is it not? Won't you be in trouble for delaying your return even further? Trouble? What does a tiny bit of trouble matter to... whatever the fuck this guy's name is? Becoming stuck in tasting is surely an act of God. I cannot control the weather. I am where I'm meant to be. Sun, Alexander, and Kaz play such delightful songs. Perhaps a dance later? We'll see. Okay. I just want to finish this conversation so I can go home and find out that my dad's dead, you know? I know what's going to happen, so let's just skip to that part. I don't really need to have these conversations. I feel like they're kind of... it's unnecessary. Everything a soul could wish for. Everything your ample belly could wish for. I am as God made me in his infinite wisdom. I can see you're all in a great mood. Impossible not to be when I look at all the families gathered here. The laughter of children running around, the love that brings a community together. We are blessed. Certainly better than all the arguing. As long as you have moments such as this to realize that we matter to each other. Well said. To the four of us. Salute. I'm so happy I married you, Idris. The day I was inspired to come find you in Innsbruck was the most important day of my life. Ah, love at long last. We know the feeling, don't we? The path before us was filled with thorns and thistles, but we endured. Make sure to prepare for that, Magdalene. There will always be thorns on the path. So now they're married? Even though they were both sworn to celibacy? Okay. I'll do what I can. You'll do fine. You're strong and stubborn, just like your mother. What's next? Children? I fear we become too old for that. Time will tell with us, I suppose. I'm not so young either. All things considered, it's best left for God to determine. I hope you all get whatever makes you the happiest. Alright. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Very nice. Okay, so it looks like I have 2 more people to talk to. Veronica first. Yeah, I'm having fun. It's a nice change of pace, yeah. Especially having to work in this damn cold. I swear it seeps into your bones. Grandpa keeps saying there have been more snows, but I swear I can't remember a colder winter. There are more winters that came so early the crops froze before we could harvest them. We had to do a special one that year, burned the crops an offering. Next spring we had a double harvest. Of course you did, old man. Anyway, like George said earlier, it's nice to have a night of good company and cheer. Thank you for mentioning my dad. I know, I'm glad he'll be... I'm glad he's missed. He's a good man, and we all miss him as part of the community. To be honest, I didn't expect to make a speech tonight. I just thought about what happened in town this year. That's right, Paul made you do it. He did, oh, that bastard. Werner kept going on about how someone should say something. Paul said I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that? Well, he said that I would make the least amount of people angry over it. Baltus said it was my charisma. Yeah, it was good. Glad people liked it. To be honest, I never thought I'd be someone people in Tasing listened to. You've always been part of the town council. We didn't always have a council, though. It wasn't until the night of the revolt, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own, be my own man. I loved my father, but what he did, I thought it had doomed the town. No one should shoulder all the blames themselves. No, but my dad chose violence. He chose to destroy the Abbey. I always went along with him because he was my dad. He had to be right. That night was the first time I thought any different. I learned that night that you can fight for something right and still choose the wrong way to do it. And I swore that I would never let that happen again. The revolt broke down everything I thought I knew about Tasing about myself. But it made a lot of things better for Tasing, and that makes me hopeful. What do you mean? Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. The council lets us govern ourselves. As much as I was grumbling earlier today, Jorg is right. Life changed in Tasing, even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No abbot looking down on us, making stupid laws as he sees fit. Our lord lives... As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life for Artemis and Apollo than we had. Don't you talk ill of my son, boy. He gave you everything he had. God rest his soul. I know, Grandpa. Choosing to live differently than your dad was brave. I think you and the rest of the council have done a good job. Done the best I can do right by the town and dad. You're his son. You've done him proud, boy. Thanks, Grandpa. Anyways, I'm going for another pint. Anyone else? You've had enough, Grandpa. Your humors might be unbalanced. Another from me, Jorg. Magdalene? I'll get myself another later, thank you. Alright, bye. One more person to talk to, and then I want to go see my dad. You finally come over to say hello. Hello again. Happy Crimum. How good to see you. How's that mural coming along? Almost finished, I hear. That's right, the last I heard about it, you were still working on the middle section, the history of the saints, right? Yeah, I have finished that section now. The remains of the Abbey still run down. That sounds dangerous. You went into the old Abbey without me? Of course I did. Quite a capable young woman you are. Still, not that I'm encouraging it, mind. Well, clearly you can handle yourself since you made it back without any problems. And I did warn you about the dangers. Not that I told you to go digging about down there, don't you? What are you painting on the mural now? I'm working on depicting the revolt, but I think I angered Agnes when I asked her about it. That's right, you were just a few years old then. God, has it been that long? Oh dear old Agnes, the revolt made her bitter, especially after losing Lucky. I think that helping Brigida with craft has helped her recover, but I'm not surprised she didn't want to talk about the revolt. It took years for Tasting to recover that night. Thank God we've come a long way since. Otto would be proud of what the town has accomplished. It's a shame he died without seeing what the town became. I pray that St. Mortiz has blessed him in the heaven for all the work Otto did in his name. I'm sure that the Lord has made space for him, Ava. You know, Magdalene, I think he would be especially proud of you for memorializing Tasting in the mural. He would be thrilled to think that you've become part of the family. I'm honored you think so. Of course, Oates has been charmed by you for years now, and I don't blame him. You're a beautiful young woman. I'll have to speak with Claus, of course, but you and Oates are a good match. Right, I'll mention it to Dad. Anyway, I don't mean to keep you chatting with us older folks. Have fun and Merry Christmas. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I am thinking about marrying Paul, so... I don't want to talk to Big Jorg again. I really would like to go home and see if my father is still alive. That's literally the only thing that matters to me right now. Not talking to all these people about potential marriage proposals I don't give a shit about. Sorry to bother you during the feast. What's up? Did you need something? All the chatter around the vault earlier had me thinking you're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? Last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion painting the revolt. I don't mean to nag during the feast, though that's Veronica's job. I should have it done soon. I've been listening to people around town talk about the revolt so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has a different idea about how that night happened, but I think I finally settled on how I want to depict it. Either 1 or 3 here. So... I think 3 is probably the best. Like, the aftermath of the revolt would probably be the best, honestly. But I'm being called to number 1. Paint the ruined abbey surrounded by everyone who died and their families. This one. It's a good perspective. It shows what happened without being too detailed about, well, what happened. Sure, everyone will love it. Claus will be proud of the design you picked. Ava will like that especially. Anyways, I'll get out of your way. I think Oates is looking for you too. He always is. I think I'll actually go home for the night. I've had enough of this flirting and I should check it on my dad. Alright, yeah, I would very much like that. I need to go see my dad. I'm severely concerned. Remember, Father Thomas was the only one who wasn't there. God bless you and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Sister Amelie. Were we bothering you with the noise next door? No, not at all. Hearing people celebrating Christ's birth brings me great joy. Christmas should be a heartening time of year for us all. Something healing about coming together to celebrate Christmas. All of us are part of the body of Christ. When we come together in fellowship, we are made whole, or something like that. People need Christmas in the depth of winter to remind them that spring will return. We will have a chance to live again. Magdalene's, who's that? Oh no. Hey, you! Hey, wait! Please excuse me, I need to check on my father. Thank you, sister. The door is open. Is someone here? Dad? Shite. Just as I thought. Dad? Oh, thank God. Magdalene, is that you? What's the matter? Someone was standing near the house and the door was open. I'm afraid something might have happened to you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. I've been asleep most of the day, most of the evening, too. I'm worried about you. You're worried about me? You're working too hard. I know taking care of me takes up so much of your time. I'm shocked he's not dead. And I know how hard you've been working on the mural. I wanted to finish it before, for Christmas. I know. Damn near impossible task given the size. Maybe if you just did the one wall. I'm not gonna make it, Magdalene. Oh, are you a doctor now? I know Stoll's long enough to know when he's going through the motions. He's never been kind, but there's a special coldness to him when he's attending to a dead man. It's all right. It's just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than either of us would like. I've already seen too much death in my time. Just wanted to show you what I could do. I wanted you to be proud of me. I have been every day of your life. You never needed to prove anything to me. I wish I could stay to see the mural when you finish it, but I don't need to. I know it will be more beautiful than anything these old hands have ever made. Don't say that. It's true, though. I mean, I got it all along all right, but I always knew you would surpass me before long. You could always already see things I never could, see things and make them real. I'm trying. You're doing it. Whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning you're going to wake up and you'll have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself, and you have to share it with the world. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. Oh, this talking is too much. Could you bring me something to eat? Of course, you haven't eaten all day. I missed the Christmas feast, too. I can't believe no one brought me a cookie. I'll go get some soup. Hey, you told me that you'd tell me about the notes. Shit. Klaus. I'm sorry, Klaus. About everything. You're here. Who is this? I don't know, someone with a long beard. I've been trying to keep Magdalene safe. Trying to figure it out this whole time. After the fire, it's all I could think about. That and them. They never left me. They're all still here, all in the dance of death. Baron, Piero, Lucky, Martin, Peter, Otto, Casper, August, and now you. Dad? Oh God, it's you. Who are you? What are you doing to my father? Magdalene, it's all right. I'm sorry I've forgotten my manners after all these years. And you've likely forgotten my face or what it once was. I still don't know who that is. That's Andreas? Doesn't look the same at all. So he survived the fire. He didn't die. Back from the dead. I guess. The earliest memory I have of you is running into a burning library. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No one could have survived that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. I don't understand. Where have you been all these years? Hiding from the world. In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the woods when it was warm. Stealing bread from Gret. Stealing books from you. Oh, so I wasn't going crazy. It's the only thing that's kept my mind from forgetting what words are. How did you survive? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and placed them in the scriptatorium. When the smoke got too thick, I started to black out. The next thing I remember was Casper pulling me into the crypt. Your apprentice, the boy? You sent him back to Salzburg. He didn't leave. He waited in the woods and watched what was happening. When he saw me in the window of the library, he ran through the crypt to save me. And he did. But he saw that I was trying to save the books, and he went back in. I couldn't stop him. I was barely conscious. He never came back out. Oh my god. So if we had convinced Casper to actually leave, maybe we would have actually died for real, and Casper would be alive? Everyone was dead or gone. I couldn't face any of you. Couldn't go back to Sabine, that empty house. So I hid. You painted over the Dance of Death in the Abbey. Turns out I had reason to keep painting. Sorry if I scared you. No one's come into the Abbey for years. I thought I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you and afraid to talk to anyone. Did you read us the notes, one with the purple writing? No, those were written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tasting's history. Tasting's history? Why? Because Tasting's real history is at odds with the story we've all been told. It's been covered bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. But it's still here, it's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. And it's still protected, haunted by the specter of death that has hung over this place for generations. The thread puller. The thread puller? Beneath our feet? What are you talking about? The person who attacked your father is the same person who manipulated someone into killing Otto. And Lorenz Rothvogel. And they travel through Roman aqueduct. They travel through the Roman aqueduct that connects Tasting and Curacao. It's a network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with. And I've seen the ghost that haunts them, that can squeeze through the tiniest opening. I've seen it bend itself in half to reach places I could never follow. I've traveled along every inch of the aqueduct in the old city, but there's one place I've never found. The lair where the thread puller retreats to, the ancient Roman temple that is determined to hide from view. The Mithrium? You found it? No, but I mapped out a darkness between the collapsed tunnels, and I believe I know how to get there. Come with me, I'll show you. Dad? He's a good man, Magdalene. You'll be safe with him. Will you be alright? Yes, I'll be fine. Protect my daughter, Andreas. With my life, I promise. Okay. What are we doing here? When the man dug the foundation, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. They wouldn't waste stone, so they used the Roman wall as one of the cellars. There's a way inside. A hidden place. Are you alright? Yes? Alright. I don't even know what to say right now. I really thought he was dead. This wall's different. Does that mean this is the place? It's two-sided, new and old. Above ground once it carried water. Look. I think I can make it out. Cornelius goes to the bath today and completes the 6th step in the Mithrium. You see? No, I most certainly do not see. Well, here. A warning would be nice. Oh, sorry. Not used to being around people. This is the aqueduct. Yes. And it will take us to the baths and then to the Mithrium. Alright. After you. Okay, I have concerns. I mean, is there anything this way? No. Why does he walk like that? It's just because he's old? So, is this it? Casper and I found a collapsed section of the aqueduct near town. He explored it but couldn't describe what he found in the dark. I shouldn't have let him go. I should have taken more care with him. We can't do anything about that now. Average old person walk. Huh. These must have been the baths. Doesn't look like there's a way through. All the floods kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of floods. What if we can't get through? What if it's been buried forever? It's too early to get this discouraged. Let's keep looking. Oh, there's another way down here. More stairs down? Would something be below the baths? A hippocaust? They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often had them. Let's hope they haven't filled with silt as well. Okay. Do you know where we're going? These pillars kind of go on in all directions. Could you look that way? I think I'm going to try exploring ahead. Okay. Okay, they're talking to him. Okay, that's not like an actual person. It's his. How could you abandon your work? I thought you were a true artist, a master of your craft, but all you created was misery. Did you even believe I was the one who killed it? Who did it? Or could you just stomach my death more easily? What the fuck is happening? Couldn't leave a good thing well enough alone, could you? How many bodies have you left in your wake? Master, why did you send me back into the flames? What the fuck? No, this isn't right. I can't be here now. How did I get here? Andres. You're still here. Yes, for a little longer. You're leaving? I'm the last vestige of reason that once ruled the court. When it goes, I will go with it. But who will rule the city if you leave? No one. You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What can I do? I don't even know how I got here. This was once a place of refuge for you. But it has become a prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? From pain? From risk? From life itself? I can't stay here. I have to help Magdalene. How do I get out? You are the architect. I will help you as best as I can, but you're the only one who can answer that. Oh boy. Hello, Andreas. Is that you, Sabine? Of course I'm still here. Part of me will always be here with you. We haven't talked in so long. Why? I ran out of things to say. You ran away from life. Nothing turned out the way I thought it would. You ran away from people who loved you. I didn't know what to do with that love. I wasn't ready for it. I know, and I didn't make it easier for you. But it was hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. And you should stop blaming yourself. It may be too late for us, but it's not too late for you, Andreas. It's not too late for Magdalene. have to help her. You can, but you have to leave this place behind for good. I know. I will. You will. Okay. Will I ever see you again? Not in this place. Maybe someday in a better place. In a better dream. He has this weird obsession with labyrinths. I wonder what that's all about. Dude, imagine if he actually has been the thread puller this whole time, and if he's just luring Magdalene to her death. How crazy would that be? Master Andreas! Oh, Casper. It's really you. It's so good to see you again. How can you say that? You died because of me. I just wanted to help you. You couldn't think straight. You shouldn't blame yourself anymore. I let you all down. I couldn't stop Peter. I couldn't save Tasting. I couldn't even save more than a couple armfuls of books. You did what you could. Everyone knows you did. And that's all any of us can do. All right. Thank you. Thank you for everything you taught me. What happened? This was the way out. Before I started talking to Caspar, I know this was the way out. Mind is fighting itself. It remembers the pain of life is trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? I thought you were gone. You brought me back. Oh! So what do I do now? Keep going. That means I have to go all the way back around again. Are you kidding? Bruh. Oh, you too? It's been so many nights, so many years without seeing your face. Thought I had forgotten it. I know there's nothing I could have done, but that doesn't make me feel any less guilty. It's always there under the surface no matter how I try to bury it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. It's alright. Oh, he said words! What? It's alright, Daddy. It is? You don't have to hide here anymore. I'm scared. I know. But that's why you can't stay. There are people who need you. What if I can't help them? I don't know, Daddy. I'm too little. I think you have to figure that out on your own. Of course, you're right. Thank you. I love you. I love you too. Good night. Good night. They shifted again, the walls. It's still trying to protect you. No. It's not? No, I mean, no, I don't have to do this. This is my mind, my maze, and I'm leaving. Good. But this next part might be confusing. Mother Mary? Labyrinth? I don't understand any of this. Why are you holding the maze? Two things are merging in your mind. You and... There are layers to everything, even our memories. Over time, the foundations become buried. We can no longer recall how we got here, no longer recall what came before. And what came before? Our Lady watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deep into the past. There was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth, but there was a labyrinth. I don't understand. Sister Amelie? Is this real? Am I still in my mind? You're here with me, and we are here in spirit. Are we still in the ruins? We are in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Your spirit was wandering and the Lord brought you here. How did you leave your cell? I assume her grave. I have not. We're only here in spirit? Oh, okay, well. Am I having a vision? I know it is confusing. I'm not even sure of my own visions. But if you are here with me, it is the will of the Lord. Andreas? Sister Amelie? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of the labyrinth, the tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do his will. He has also guided your spirits here. There must be a purpose to it. we're looking for the Mithrium. Is this it? No. This is the tabernacle, not a place of wood and stone, but of spirit. The Lord has called me to this place for many years. He has always made his will known to me. Soon he will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death. Uh-oh. When my spirit hears the call, it descends through my grave. Here the Lord tells me what messages I must bear and to whom. Is she just like batshit crazy and she did all of this? You deliver messages? Once, long ago, I was a scribe. I copied many works of the great church doctors. Origin in particular? But that all ended with the fire. It ended with my life. Wait. Thought I had given up the pen forever until the visions returned. Oh no. No! When fire took my abbey, I couldn't save my sisters, not one. All I could grab was a single book and a blot of purple ink cloth. I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But he showed me. God had a higher purpose for me for my hand. Father Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. He tells me what I must do, what the Lord wills me to do. Phew, the whole time you wrote the notes? I found one by my dad when he was attacked. Sister Amelie, you pushed those people into committing murder. What? No, that can't be true. The Lord would not use me for such a purpose. Calm yourself, sister. We'll figure this out. This doesn't make any sense. Why would Amelie want anyone dead? No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't. It was Father Thomas behind everything, wasn't it? There was nothing in his messages about murder. No. I am not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Hi, Father Thomas. Sister Amelie, it's all right. How'd you get down here? Pacing is an old place. It's buried many ancient rolls and tunnels over the centuries. People walk above the hidden ways every day without even knowing it. Though in truth, it was Sister Amelie who rediscovered them first and found this place. Oh, Thomas, did you... In other circumstances, I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. In truth, I am still happy you are alive, thank God. But I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You? You were behind all these murders? No, she had no part in this. But the notes, she wrote them. She did, but she did not understand the purpose. I guided her. I told her what to write. To what end? What was the point of all this? Look around you. What do you see? Roman ruins. Look closer. Looks like the statue of Saint Moritz from the meadow. And the images of Saint Siatia from the shrine. I don't understand. It's Saint Moritz and Saint Siatia and Mars and Diana. How can it be both? When the Romans left Tasing, their buildings, their temples, their statues were made. Christians settled here centuries later. They found time-worn fragments of that imperial grasp. This statue of Mars Pater that once watched over the Romans' fields stood there still, headless and nameless. Settlers believed it was Saint Moritz who was already a legend where they had come from. They found the shrines to Satia, and not understanding she was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. So the people turned them into saints. Sanctity and sainthood exist outside of what people believe. People cannot turn someone into a saint any more than they can unmake the divinity of Christ. But they knew of saints and learned local legends of the region and applied them to the figures they found here. No one knew they were Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here, except for Historia Tessae. But Historia Tessae was not known then. Perhaps it had not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost before it made its way to Father Matthias. And you killed him for it? Yes, with poison. No one suspected. He died of poison and no one suspected? It must have been quite subtle. His death was unexpected, but I was the only person he confided in about what he had read. When Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence of St. Moritz had ever come to Tasing, the shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars that the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago. That St. Stacia was the Roman goddess Diana. He resolved to deal with it. Then you resolved to deal with him. Andreas, our people believe in St. Moritz. They believe in the miracles God has worked through his hand. And they believe in the legend of St. Stacia that she helped Moritz and watches over Tasing still. Why does it matter if they were wrong if the saints weren't... Why does it matter if they were wrong if the saints weren't here? Then what does that mean for the hand of St. Maurice? What does that mean for the people who prayed to him, to St. Stacia, and believed their prayers were answered? What does that mean for the church that has given people hope, fixed like a false star in the dark sky? And if people have reason to doubt the validity of the saints, can they doubt the church? Can they doubt the gospel, the word of God? Do you have so little faith in ordinary people? I have faith in God. And I have seen firsthand what can happen when people become disconnected from our God. When people believe that all just authority is false, that their own education and reason are superior to divine truth. You've always told us that we have to accept Christ with our own free will. Of course, but preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. You're preserving a lie. I preserved a lie to illuminate greater truth. God so loved the world that he gave his only son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, eternal life is yours. And saints have walked among us, and their relics work miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the two that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas. There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tasings can stand in a field, look over our valley, and say St. Maurice was here. God was with us, and he is still with us, and he will be with us always. And that is the truth, even if the legend of St. Moritz is a lie. Does that justify all this? In the end, no, but at each step I thought it was right. I was wrong. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives to prevent death. One murder didn't solve the problem, did it? Because one day Baron Rothvogel rode into town with another copy. A copy he promised to give to the abbot so Kierso could come to terms with its past. And if Father Granat read its contents, he would be facing the same danger you saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Granat chose to run the abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. It didn't prevent you from doing it again. You're right, it didn't. But then why, Otto? Certainly he didn't have anything to do with that. He couldn't even read. In the end, his murder provoked Peter and the others into destroying the abbey. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the present's frustration. You seem to have a difficult time reading people, Father. Appears that way, yes. I was trying to prevent Otto from showing people what he found. What he found when he was helping to dig the foundation. The wall, the aqueduct? Now everyone knows about the old aqueducts. That wouldn't cause alarm. What he found was a stone head. The missing head of the statue in the meadow. The statue at the shrine of St. Moritz. How did it wind up over there? The most likely culprits are rain, floods, and time. Blacktail told me that farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, and this head remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. He was going to show it to show everyone that God had favored this town with his discovery. What Otto could not know is that the shrine statue was not of St. Moritz, because Otto could not read the words chiseled across the helmet, Mars Pater. But the man he entrusted with this information, the town priest, could. Yes. And you told him to meet you on St. John's Eve at the Rathus. Could not let him destroy our town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Amelie write down what you told her were visions she couldn't remember, and deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, to Hannah, to Martin. Did they send it to Guy? So that one of them would murder Otto just as someone murdered Lorenz. What about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalene. I lived next to you my whole life. How could you? None of this was easy for me. I always thought I was doing what needed to be done. Was it because of the mural? Yes. Claus pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging for answers about Tasing's past, Curso's past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Moritz, Seisha, this place, everything. So you tried to kill him. No, I tried to scare him. First with the note, but he ignored it. Thought if I ransacked the workshop, it would scare him off. Didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It was just an accident. It wasn't an accident. You almost killed him. I know. So what are you gonna do now? Kill me? Kill Magdalene? No, of course not. I have neither the means nor the will to do so. But even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done, I can stop them from finding this place. No, stop. It's too late for me, but I can still take Tasting's secrets with me. Father, you're going to kill us all. You're going to kill Amelie. Then leave and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want, but if you stay here, we'll die together. You can't stop people from learning the truth. Maybe, but I have to try. Father, go! Are you alright? How's Sister Amelie? She's still out, but I think she's fine. Must have heard that at the Golden Hand. The entire church collapsing? I'd hope so. What are we going to tell them? What do you mean? About this. About everything. Why wouldn't we just tell them the truth? For the same reason Father Thomas hid it. Please explain your thinking. I'm just not sure it makes sense. What good will it do to tell everyone about them? Maybe he was right about that, if nothing else. Maybe it would break their faith. I think they have enough faith to hear the truth. You know them better than I do, especially since I've been away for so long. He came back after all this time to solve this, but it's hard to feel like we actually accomplished anything. Are we better off now than we were this morning? He won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right, we should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. I hate doing the right thing, it feels so awful. I'm sorry, I am too, but I still think it's what we need to do. Then we'll tell them. Good. We should get Sister Amelie someplace warm. You can take her to my house. You'll probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. It's been a long time coming. Glad you didn't die in the fire. I am too, I think. Merry Christmas. Yikes. Oh, you made it back. Did you think I wouldn't? I heard such a terrible din and the house shook. I feared the worst. Is everything all right? I don't think so, Dad, but it will be. Are you all right? Yes, I'm sorry. Just tired. Sit by me, tell me what happened. It started in the thing. Did you know the back wall was part of an old Roman aqueduct? So we went into the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. Found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found our way down to a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a hippocaust. Andreas got separated from me. I was really afraid I'd lost him, that we'd both gotten lost down there. Then I heard his voice off in the distance, and I was so relieved. Dad? Are you still listening? Uh-oh. Yikes. Yikes. So, I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is, but we will do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. Strange to think this will probably be the last letter I send to you, so it will end with my love. Do we get to see the mural at least? Magdalene? $15.44. Yes. Sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know that everything is in order. He's ensured all that financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via the Reich's post as soon as everything is settled. I appreciate it. Please thank him for me. And don't let him forget his commission for the work. As a representative of his bank, it would be remiss of me to do so. I do not know your father well, but I did not know your father well, but I know that he was well regarded by everyone who spoke of him. It seems that Tasing has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Good fortune to you. So I still have some confusions. Are you sure you have everything you need? I think so, thank you. Made something to take with you on the road. It's chamomile, cinnamon, and wheat flour. If you're traveling and having cramps. I know, I'll use it. Hildegard's recipe just called for chamomile and wheat flour. I added the cinnamon for taste. Sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Franziska had us all say prayers for him. And for you as well when she heard you were leaving. Please thank her for me. I will. We all miss you so much. I'll miss you too. So I'm confused. So he really was the thread puller? Like he sent all those letters to try and convince someone to kill? To try and convince someone to kill? And what was all that shit with the occult shit with Ferenc and stuff? Can't believe you're really leaving. I'll miss you all dearly. Boys will miss you even more. Don't tease him, I think he's really having a hard time despite appearances. I'll go easy on him. It's kind. I appreciate it. Safe travels and God bless you. Hey, Max. Oates. I'm really sorry about your dad. He's always nice to me. My mom says he was a good man. He was a good dad. Thanks, I should get going. Max. Magdalene. You sure you don't want to marry me? It is a tempting offer. Come with me. What? Really? Yes, really. But my mom and Till. I'm leaving Tasting today. If you want to have a life together, come with me. It's a lot to ask. I know, you're asking a lot of me too. Think about it, but don't think too long. Write to me then. It's only spring, I promise I won't get married before the end of the year. You know I'm no good at writing. Then get better. Don't take too long, sweet boy. A girl can't wait forever. I won't. Take care of your mother. Until later. Who's Elias, bro? Good morning, mistress. Are you off soon? Yes, father. I was just saying my few last farewells. Sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father. God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let those bohemians put any heretical ideas into your head. Once their pernicious seeds take root, they can choke the faith right out of you. I will keep my guard up. Good, good. Keep the faith. God bless you in your travels. God bless you as well, Sister Amelie. Are you leaving today? I am just heading up to the mill in a bit. So sorry for everything that happened. I know, it's all right now. Thank you for helping me. Do you know what you'll do now? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part in what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. God knows you didn't mean to do any harm. He does, but harm was done. I'm writing an account of what happened here. As well as I can, remember it anyway. If it's not enough to earn forgiveness, I pray that I will at least illuminate this history of great darkness. Good, it's worth remembering. God bless you. God bless you and keep you safe on your travels. So did Lucky actually kill him, or no? Oh, okay, so I have to go to the mill. That is the only option. Magdalene, this is it. It is time for me to leave. Get out before this cursed town swallows you. Pacing will bring you nothing but anguish and misery. I hope one day you will find a path out of your sorrow. God willing, though I am doubtful. Stay safe on the road. These are dangerous times. We'll be fine. Look after your family. Paul, Anna, your grandkids still need you. I'll do what I can. With what little I have left without them. Never mind. Godspeed. Andreas? Are you sure I look alright? Of course, Andreas, you look perfectly respectable. You're a little worse for wear, but a good sight better than you were. It was kind of the woman to help clean me up. I was afraid I'd forgotten how to look after myself. Someone say you took care of yourself quite admirably. How many men here could have survived in a burned-out cellar for the better part of 20 years? Subsisting on our discarded rye, no less. Sorry about that. Andreas, we already told you it's all right now. Magdalene. Hello, friends. Are you off soon? Yes, I'm riding with your flower to Mittenwald and then down to Izar. I'm sorry to see you go. I hope Prague is everything you dreamed of. If it's half the city Esther describes, I'm sure I'll love it. You have a chance to make a life of your own out there. God knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have and use it well. I will. I don't know how, but I will. I wish he could have seen it, Andreas. I know. He would have loved it. I hope so. Magdalene, if angels carried him down to bear witness, the heavenly host would have wept at it. It's kind of you to say. We all need words of encouragement, and besides, it's the truth. I wanted to ask you something about the mural before you go. I thought it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why did you leave a section blank? For the future. Unless history is going to stop in tasting the moment I roll down the road. I think your wagon's about to leave. Oh, it is. Hardly feels like enough time. Thank you for everything you did for me and my family. God bless you, Andreas Mailer. Andreas? Are you alright? I'm lost. That's alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. The children require your expertise. Oh? They're up on the mill, the walkway. I have supper ready when you're done. Just remember that you're always welcome in our home. Thank you. Okay. Am I gonna get the chance to see the mural at all? Because, like, that's really what matters to me. Oh boy. Oh, is this Amelie's book of events? Oh, hey, it's the mural.
Ich hatte einst ein schönes Waldenland. Der Eichenbaum wuchs dort so hoch. Die Veilchen nickten sanft, es war ein
Okay, so he went to be with her.
mich auf Deutsch und sprach auf Deutsch. Man glaubt,
Oh, so she left the abbey.
es kam wie gut
I don't know what that's all about.
das Wort, ich liebe dich.
Oh, okay, they're getting married because they believe in the old ways. Okay, that makes sense.
Es war ein
Okay, and Kraft. Oh, his name is Kraft, not Paul. My bad. He went to school. Oh, and they had 5 kids? That's insane. He was pretty old for that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, chief.
Ich liebe dich, ich liebe
She scared me, Shiver Warp. Oh my gosh. Okay, that... I was a little moved by that ending there. Damn. Damn. That game was pretty good. I really liked it. Wow. I'm still a little bit confused. The people who received those notes... He sent those notes so that they would be compelled to kill on his behalf? Is that right? We're down to the special thanks, so it should be a moment. Or maybe not. That's a lot of people who worked on this game. I mean, I guess they had to for languages and historical references. Yeah, translators. Bibliography. Oh, so like where they got all of their historical information. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I really did, and I'm glad we finished it up. And in the next stream, which should be on Monday, we'll get back to Tomb Raider because it's been like a week without playing Tomb Raider, and I miss it. So we're gonna go back to Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider. Don't worry about a thing. It's gonna be great. Let's send you guys over. Do we want to raid this late at night? I don't know if we really want to raid this late. Alright, maybe we just don't tonight. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you for experiencing Pentiment with me. I thoroughly enjoyed this game, and I was very invested. And I will be looking up alternate endings for this game, 100%. But yeah, thank you all. And I'll see you all on Monday. Much love. Bye, friends.